Okay. Okay, everyone. Hello. This is the Mgtow Cowboy. Greetings and salutations. I've got a live stream for you guys this evening. I'll give it a couple of minutes to fill out or to fill in, fill up, fill in, fill out. I don't know. Tonight or this evening, I am interviewing Ja Rules. Ja Rules is a Mgtow guy. I've been following him for, I don't know, a couple of years now. I spoke with him. He says he should be available right around this time. So I thought I'd get it going, see what we're all doing. Hope all of you are well. Let me try to get something going here. Get my drink, plop myself on the couch, and wait for him to call in. If he doesn't call in right away, I'll probably take another call. Probably take another call from someone to keep me company while I'm waiting. So, let's see what we can do. Oh, look who it is. It's Tom's Wonderful. What's up, Tom? Good to see you, bro. Been seeing you around. Haven't spoken to you in a while. Hope you're well. Yeah. And if anyone wants to call in for a couple minutes while we wait for Ja Rules, that's fine. I always appreciate the company. Oh, ow! Oh, I just stubbed my toe. Oh, that's wonderful. Stubbed my toe. That was nice. Anyway, what's up, everyone? Today's Tuesday. What is it? The 16th, 17th? Let me see. The 17th. Today's Tuesday, the 17th. I have Tuesdays off, and Tuesdays just happen to be half-price pizza over at Moretti's here in Chicago. So I called up a friend of mine, a friend I haven't seen in a long time, and I say, his name is Santos. I say, hey, Santos, what are you doing, man? Let's go for pizza. And I say, yeah, sure. Or he says, yeah, sure. So I say, okay, great. And then we go and we meet up. And for the two of us, extra large pizza. We both got sodas, and we got a booth. We got service. $20, 20 and some change. $20 and I don't know, 47 cents or something like that. Anyway, it was so cheap. Have you guys noticed gas prices going up? Have you noticed everything's getting expensive? It's getting scary, guys. It's getting scary. But luckily for me, I was able to get a good deal today. Oh, looks like we got Tom's Wonderful. I see Tom's Wonderful in. I think I'm going to let him in, at least for a couple minutes. I check in with him. I haven't seen him I haven't spoken with you, Tom, in several months. All right, guests. All right, invite guests. Here we go. Tom is Wonderful. Tom is Wonderful. I'm bringing you in, sir, in 3, 2, 1. Add to stream. Let's see if that works. Looks like it worked. Looks like it worked. Yeah. Hey, Tom, what's up, man?
I'm doing good, man. It's good to hear from you.
Yes, equally you also. What's new? What's exciting? I think the last time you and I spoke, I think I did like a mini interview with you like 6 months ago, 5 months ago.
I spoke for a couple of minutes, but yeah, I was on whiskey stills and tumbleweeds for a while. Did a 2-hour session with him there. So, but yeah, we're doing all right, man. I'm in the Northeast, the 6 states. So right now the weather's friggin' awesome, and yeah, I see you all over the place. So yeah, it's good to hear you out here streaming. Good to hear you, making shit happen. So appreciate that, man.
Oh, of course. Like I said, it's my pleasure. I actually see this as a form of therapy. I see this as like cognitive behavioral therapy. So it's not just fun. It's it's therapeutic, if you will.
Big
and
time.
Also, I've been thinking. I'm sorry.
No, but I'm just agreeing with you. It's big time therapeutic for me too. So that's why I've been around for so long. In the background, usually making my comments, but for the most part, it's been very therapeutic for me. Absolutely.
Yeah, right. Like I say, it keeps me from drinking. So that's a good
Yeah.
thing. Which
Whatever
let's
works,
see,
man.
whatever works. It's whatever works. Which
Yep.
then which then allows me to not have a headache the next morning. Which also saves me money, which causes me, even fewer
Oh yeah,
headaches.
no.
So
Listen,
there's that.
women and alcohol are so similar. Both make you feel great. And both can devastate you financially, make you homeless, make you do nothing but think nonstop about, the alcohol or women. It's like I work a program, if you will, dealing with women like people deal with alcohol, that have a problem with alcohol. A lot of us have a
Yes, I
problem with
remember you
women.
telling me one of the last
Yeah.
times you and I spoke. You compared women and alcohol to each other, and you were saying like alcohol, almost reminiscent of like an Alcoholics Anonymous. Women, how does it go? Alcohol is mysterious, and you
Cunning,
remember from
baffling,
AA.
powerful.
It's
Yeah,
it's
cunning,
cunning,
baffling, powerful.
baffling, and powerful. I'm sorry, I don't know where I
Absolutely.
got mysterious, but
Oh, they're
yes,
mysterious too. Don't let them kid you. They know what they're doing. And
sure,
by themselves, they're probably awesome. But there are some people can't get near alcohol because it messes with them. Some people have to learn how to not mess with women, and because it can cause nothing but trouble. And it's not. I have nothing against women, just like I have nothing against alcohol. Um, it's just that for some people, even a little bit can mess them up. Some people are great with alcohol. They can mix and they can drink and they're fine. Some people can do the same thing with women, but you
sure.
gotta like take care of yourself. I mean, we are all spiritual beings. And I remember talking to someone and I said, everything we do is ecclesiastical. In other words, everything we do is ultimately got a spiritual component to it. And like us going to the store, we're taking care of the temple, ourselves. To like when we go to buy food, so we got to be careful of what we buy. Same thing with when we're interacting with women. You can interact. Some people can interact with them bare minimum because they know how they are when they're around them, and for me anyway. I'm not going to totally blame women for the bad things that happen to me because of it. I have to take some kind of responsibility because I don't want to play victim. I've done that, and it actually makes me more miserable. But when I take responsibility for some of the stuff that I do, I actually give power back to myself. I take the power back that I was given away so easily. You know,
That's
and
interesting. That's fascinating. I'm reminded of Paul Elam. You may remember Paul Elam. He says there are no victims. There are only participants.
oh, he's right. He's right, and he kind of had to evolve to that because he was big on um, pointing a finger at women, and there is a time when you have to say, look, this isn't me. Okay, this is you. All right, because unlike alcohol, women can actually bring themselves to you and be the temptation that rather than having a bottle sitting on the shelf. As long as it's sitting on the shelf, it's not going to talk to you and say, you want me. You're going to be doing the talking to yourself. But you can actually have people, women or men, but for Mgtow folks, you can actually have women come into the space and try to um, manipulate or corrupt your ideology that works for you. And
Sure.
the thing is,
I remember from your story, the last time you and I spoke, you were telling me of all the misfortune that befell you, mostly through your interactions with women. I specifically remember what I can't remember. It was one of your daughters who went totally crazy. She ended up getting involved with some loser, and I
yep.
think wasn't she also some sort of hardcore drug user, alcoholic or something like?
Oh, dude, yeah. Oh, yeah. And it was a lot of it had to do with what society and her family allowed. I had remarried a widow, and she had kids. Some of them were adults.
Right.
There was one or two that were underage. I had a son. My son's mom had passed away, so I raised this kid from 13 months up. He's now
Oh
16.
yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember that story too. Didn't you have to drive truck for like what was it, 5 weeks straight to pay for her funeral or something? Not a single dollar could that you had to pay the whole thing. No one would come up with $1 or something to help you.
Right. I mean, I had a couple friends that tossed me 100 here and 100 there. Listen, funerals the one that I had was inexpensive. It was the cheapest one I could do that didn't look like totally ghetto, and it ran about $7,800. And I had to work for about a month and a half. Yeah.
Yeah, but why do they got to stick you with the whole thing? Is my point. Anyway, so I just brought in another guest right now. This is the designated guest. I'm sorry to boot you, but if you don't mind, I'm going to boot you out of the stream. After the interview, I'll probably go for another hour, at least half an hour. If you want to listen in, that's great. If you want to jump back in, you'll be the first. You'll be the first I bring back in, if that's okay, Tom.
Cowboy, get to it, man. I'm here to watch. All right,
okay,
brother?
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm gonna boot you out now. Let me see if I can figure this out. Tom's wonderful. Removed from stream. All right, Tom. I will talk to you later. Peace out, bro. Thank you again. Bye now. Okay, I think. Yeah, he's out. Okay, yeah, he's out. Yes, hello, Ja Rules. Are you there, sir?
Yeah. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
It's my pleasure, and I'm doing well. Thank you. How was your day? How was everything?
Everything's good with me. Everything's good with me. Things are good. Things have been good as of I recently lost my father, and things have been changing. Like when you lose your father, okay, one thing you're going to do is it's going to put you in mind with your own mortality. And then you're going to start knowing, at least I did. I said my father was 28 years older than me. So I got about 28 years left of living to do. So I don't have a lot of time.
3 decades.
Yeah. If I'm lucky, I'm taking good care of myself, but an accident could change everything.
Sure. Right. Of course. You could step outside tomorrow and get hit by a bus. I mean, that could happen to any of us. Right.
Right.
Okay, so now I would like to conduct what you could call like a formal interview with you, although it's going to be kind of casual. We can talk about anything and everything you want to talk about, anything you don't feel comfortable talking about. You don't have to answer any questions, of course. And it's Mgtow themed or red pill themed, if you want to call it that.
Right.
I basically ask everyone the same types of questions. I usually like to start with ceding the floor to the interviewee, and I have them take 2 minutes, 4 minutes, and sort of introduce to everyone themselves. Of course, I know your story. I've been following your channel now for, I don't know, probably over 2 years at least. So I know some of the details of your life, but let's say most of the people might not know everything about your story. So if you could take a couple minutes and just introduce yourself: who, what, when, where, why, what do you do? What sort of hobbies are you into? And then we'll go from there.
All right. Okay. I was born in the mid 70s in the Philadelphia area. I'm African American male. Grew up kind of like middle class and upper middle class, kind of like in the middle. So I had I basically grew up I got to do everything that I wanted to do and have just about everything I wanted to have. And I went to private school early on, and then when I went to public school, it kind of changed my competitive nature. Like when you go to private school, all the kids are competing to be successful. When you go to public school, there's kids that aren't competing at all. And I had somewhat of intelligent advantages, so I could beat a lot of kids by not competing. Instead of being in an environment where everyone's competing, in the private school, there was no kid that put his head on the desk and didn't want to work. In public school, there was that. So I could beat that kid without competing. So kind of led to me not achieving to what I should have achieved early on in life. So I went to college, and I basically followed the plan that my parents had set for me. Not that I
Sure.
wanted to go into I wanted to go into the military and learn what I wanted to do and develop a skill, something that I was good at, and just to kind of like fall into something. And, I didn't do that. I just went to college and got involved in smoking weed and doing stuff like that, more underachieving, got with this girl, followed her. One thing I did that I don't want any young man to do is follow a woman. You don't move in with a chick. You don't search for the validation of women. You just don't want them to run your life in any way, shape, or form. And I was trying to grow up. I was trying to accelerate faster than I needed to. I needed to move in small steps, start getting confidence developed by taking care of myself, doing for myself. But instead, I wanted to go fast and got into a relationship with a girl, ended up impregnating her. And another thing I don't want guys to do, or I want guys to know, that you should mess with a woman in the same class that you're in. You should mess with a woman classes beneath you. It should be just like they do it. They do it laterally or they move up. I
Sure.
personally don't understand men who want to move up in class. I've met a couple guys who married girls who had money, whose parents had money, and they elevated their life that way. I'm not too sure if I would like that. I would like to have gone laterally instead of going down. So I ended up, long story short, having a child, procreating with a woman that I would not have procreated with if I had basically knew that I had time on my side. That's another thing I want these young men to know. You don't
Sure.
need to
I
be.
mean, of course, everything is as they say. Hindsight is 20/20. Um, okay, so let's recap a little bit. So you're from the East Coast, right? If I remember correctly, you're
Yeah,
from
right.
is it Wilmington,
Yeah.
Delaware,
Yep. Exactly. Yep. Yep.
which
Yep.
is
We're
which is
about
not too far, from Philadelphia, right?
about 30 miles, about
Okay.
an hour, about 60 miles from Baltimore, about 90 miles from DC, about 135
Sure.
miles from New York City. So right in the bedlam of urban chaos.
The Bedlam, yes, right. Very good description. Okay, so it's fair to say you're very East Coast in that way. You're not, down south, deep south. You're
Mm-mm,
not Midwestern. You're very
mm-mm,
East Coast.
mm-hmm,
Okay.
completely.
And you had mentioned you said you grew up in a very I think you described it as a upper middle class upbringing. Your father was in law enforcement. Is that correct?
Right. He was. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was up there. He got rank. He was a captain. He basically was second to the chief, but he didn't have that title.
Right, right. Okay. But basically he had, at least within your town, he had what's the word I like to use? And of course my father was a police officer as well here in
Right.
Chicago. He's a police officer now. He's a federal aviation cop now. He has
Oh,
there's certain I don't know how to describe it. The political power within the city
yeah,
and other
political
cops don't
influence.
mess with.
Yeah. Yeah, political influence. Yes, he definitely had that. Yes, he did. He did have that. And now that he's gone, I know that I don't have that anymore. So I got to watch what I do, what I say, where I go, what I get involved in. That's one
Of
thing that I've
course, of
learned
course.
too. I don't have that
But now
now.
you're older and wiser, right? So obviously you're going to be less. You're going to have a lower propensity to fall into any sort of problems or get jammed up or anything.
There you go. That's it. That's it.
Okay, so East Coast, upper middle class. You went to your university set. Is that correct? You went to college.
I did. I did.
Do you
Finished.
mind me asking? What did you major in?
I see again, having no direction. I majored in liberal arts. And when I came out, I decided to go in the field of education and got a master's in education. And then I went into the field of teaching. And my goal was to really get inner city youth motivated about being educated. But I don't have an inner city upbringing. I
That
think that
reminds me of that reminds me of a movie called Stand Up and Deliver. Do you remember that movie?
I'd never seen it. I was told to watch it by somebody who was very close to me at the time that knew I was venturing on. I wanted to be a principal, and they told me to watch that movie. I just never did, though. No, I didn't. I'm not familiar with that. I've never seen it.
Yeah, no, yeah, right. No, it's okay. It's about a man who gets into education, and he encounters a lot of the a lot of the barriers that you talk about, and whatever he enters thinking, he's very bright-eyed. He thinks he's going to change the world,
Right.
and essentially he wants to help inner city youth, particularly in school, achieve. And I think it all surrounds like a not a spelling bee. I can't remember, some sort of scholastic challenge or something like that. But the point is, you gravitated towards education, or at least in your earlier years you thought you did. So you have your bachelor's and you also have your master's, and initially your goal was to get into education.
Yeah, I wanted to be a principal.
Okay.
I wanted to run a school.
And you you no longer want to do that. I think if I remember correctly, you're in transportation right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Excuse me. You no longer have interest in pursuing education as a vocation.
Not at all. There's too much. It's basically academia is full of feminism. They have an agenda that they want these kids. They don't want them to be free thinkers at all. They want to. They're really dumbing down education. I expressed earlier. I had a very good, or I have a very good fundamental educational background. I went to a Montessori school from kindergarten to first grade, and then private school.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I've listened to all your videos. I didn't know that. You went to Montessori. So did one of my sisters.
Okay, I don't say much about it because it was just a small portion of my life. It was only like 3 years, but I do remember. There were some of my better years of remembering as a child too, for real, as far as the learning process goes and stuff. So I got to see the difference in what kids were being taught in public schools early. And then I also saw that parents don't teach these kids anything. They don't come to school knowing their colors, their shapes, their numbers, their alphabet, anything at all. So it's like, if you don't have parents trying to help, it's really a futile effort. If you're in certain communities, if you're in a community like what I was raised in, the parents are a little bit more involved, a little bit more. Because the region where I grew up, the public schools weren't good there. Where I lived at, where I'm living now still, my parents still got the house. It's not a good school district here. So public school was not good for me as far as academia goes and the environment of the kids I was around.
Okay. Regardless, though, I would say, academically, how can I put it? If you have your master's degree, now I didn't know you had your master's degree. I thought you only had your bachelor's. I didn't know you have your master's. I would say you are pretty accomplished then. I mean, what is it? One out of every 5 people, one out of every 4 people in America has their bachelor's degree.
Really?
Once you get to the master's, isn't it like only 1 out of every 8 or 1 out of every 10 or something like that?
Okay. I don't know the statistics. I never bothered to look that up. I don't know what that is, but okay. So yeah, I guess academia, I went further than I thought, or than I want to give myself credit for. So thanks for telling me that.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I would be remiss. I would be neglectful to say that I'm sure of the statistic. I'm not. I don't. I'm just guessing. It's like probably one out of every 10 Americans. It's probably pretty rare.
Right.
I'm sort of like the loser in my family as well. I was an academic underachiever. It took me 9 years to get my bachelor's degree.
Right. 7. Took me 7.
Yeah, right. Now, to my credit, or in my defense, I always say, I refuse to take out any student loans. I have no student debt. And I sort of worked my way through college. Like I worked at Burger King for 4 years. I worked at McDonald's, Burger King. You can imagine me like, mid 20s working at Wendy's. I would go to school for 1 semester, and then I would drop out and work for a semester. So work for a semester, school, work, school, on and off sort of thing.
Right.
Um,
Good stuff.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so is there anything else you want to share about your background growing up? And I'm sorry, what's your age now?
I'm 40. I'll be 48 years old on August the 6th. So I'm getting up there now. And that's what, if you're like between the ages of 39 and 49, your body's going to start to decline. You're going to have some type of illness or an injury that is going to set you back and let you, again, put you in mind of your own mortality, that this body is not meant to last forever. And all that sitting and bending and twisting and turning that you do is wearing and tearing on your joints. So, and then you got internal
Sure.
stuff like blood pressure, sugar, prostate, all that stuff. So it's coming.
Yeah, right. Of course. Yeah, no, that part about getting older, I don't look forward to.
Mm-mm.
I've said it before. A week after my 37th birthday, I started feeling. I don't know how to describe it. I've described it before. Like, have you ever seen the cartoons where one character will go up to another character and he'll squeeze on his neck, and he'll like choke him out, and you can see his head
His
sort
head
of like a
popping up.
balloon.
Yeah, swelling. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking
Yeah, yeah,
about.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was in trucking at the time, and all of a sudden I felt this pressure in my head. I actually had to get out and sort of like stretch around. I go to the doctor. I explain the symptoms. He says, "Joe, let's check your blood pressure." It was like
Mm-hmm.
160 something. He says, "Joe, you've been coming to see me now for 3 years. When you first came, it was in the 130s. The second year was 140s. Third year 150s. Now you're approaching 160.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, you're developing high blood pressure." And so he put me on. He put with lisinopril. I take 10 milligrams of lisinopril every day before bed.
Okay.
Of
Okay.
course, he also told me if I lose like 80 pounds, then my high blood pressure might go away. But and I think immediately after that, I went to the Chinese buffet.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
okay. I'm sorry. Now I know that that's not a problem you have.
No, I'm a
You
pretty slim guy. I don't have any
you're
of
yeah,
those ailments. I took my
right.
blood pressure today was 124 over 80 and then 125 over 79. I took it. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm lucky in that regard.
Are you on? Again, these are all personal questions. You don't have to answer any questions. Are you on
Medication?
any prescription meds? Do you
No,
have any?
no, no. I'm gonna go when I go home. I'm gonna look at my I got stuff that I take because they tried to put me on it. I suffered an accident. I ain't talked about this on my channel. I was in it. You asked me about my hobbies and stuff. I was into jujitsu pretty heavy and ended up getting some herniated discs in my neck. And
Oh no.
yeah, really. So after that healed up, the tension from my neck fusion, I think it caused me to have blood pressure issues. So it was getting up there around. I was up there around one around where you were at, and he put me on medicine, and I didn't want to be on the medicine. So I found like a cocktail of stuff that I take every morning, and it gets me right where I need to be at that 125/80. I'm gonna give you.
Sure.
I'll send it to you. I got the email. I'll send it to you. I don't even know what it is. I just know that I get it, and I went to the health food store, and the lady told me about it. She told me that that I mean, we all know I'm into conspiracy theories. As you were asking me, I saw the questions that you wanted to ask me, but yeah, I'm into them. And I'm a firm believer that it's their job to put you on medication. When I had prostate issues and they put me on this prostate medicine. And I went and got some stuff from the same lady that gave me the stuff so I wouldn't take the blood pressure stuff. And I don't have prostate issues anymore. And you shouldn't drink sugar either. Anything but water going through your system is not good for you. Soda, beer, any of that. It's just not good. But yeah,
Yeah.
um, I avoided that by just taking supplements and stuff like that. But I'll send that stuff to you so you don't take that pill, man. Because even if you're
Sure. Yeah.
depressed,
See,
it's all
that's the
about
thing.
giving you a pill.
It's embarrassing, to admit, but yeah, no, we all get older.
Mm,
I just thought, I remember when I first started on this lisinopril, I remember thinking to myself, wow, I'm only 37. I consider myself in still pretty good health, but it doesn't matter what I consider myself. The doctor's telling me, I think I remember him telling me anything, what's it called? Systolic, diastolic, whatever, the blood
Top
pressure.
and bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. The one on the top, if it ever gets over 170, that's considered technically that's considered like almost like an emergency, and you should seek medical attention right away. And when he took it, the last time he took it, I think it was just over 160. He was telling me, yeah, Joe, you got high blood pressure.
Right.
So, regardless, basically, I gotta lose weight. So,
right.
Let's see. Okay, so segueing, that's a very good intro. People have a good. Again, I didn't know you had a master's degree. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, what would you like to talk about next? Would you mind talking about? Again, these are all personal questions. You don't have to answer any of them, but I will ask some personal questions. So, in university, you met a girl.
Okay.
I think you call her Dirty Harriet. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I refer to her as. Yeah.
Okay. If I remember correctly, you said she slightly resembles the female rapper Dirty Harriet. Is that what it was?
Rod Digger. Yeah, Rod Digger's her name. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And Dirty Harriet is her first album she made. So that's what. Yeah. Right.
Aha.
So if you want to see what she
I
looks
remember
like, you
looking
have
her
to
up
image
because
that.
I'd never heard of her.
Right.
Can you share? Would you mind sharing some of that? So you're young, you meet this girl, obviously, you want to do what all men want to do with girls, and then poof,
and
next thing you know, she gets pregnant.
It was kind of fast like that. It was basically like we got this job. She got it for me at this daycare center. And I was the only male working at the daycare center. So all the kids looked up to me. I had good rapport with everybody there. And that caused her to fall for me like that. I really believe that she saw me in that father role because of the way those kids were towards me.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So
absolutely.
I moved in
and
with
at
her.
the time, you were probably an adult. You're young. You're strong. It looks like you're going somewhere.
Right.
In this particular instance, you're in a position of authority over these children. You're in her mind. She's playing up. Yeah. No, I totally get it.
Right. And she started out cooking for me and stuff, and this was the first time a girl showed me that she had the pot boiling and was ready for me, trying to show me that she was my best option that I can recall. Because going up until that point, I was 24 at the time. Going up until that point, I started my sexual activity at about 15. And it was basically one time, two times, maybe three times, and then I was on to the next chick. I just wasn't staying around to be caught out there with no unwanted pregnancy or no long-lasting relationship. And this was the first time I got there and stayed there. And you see what happens, Women can only get pregnant 1 or 2 days out of the month. They know when that is, when they're ovulating. You just don't know. And if you're living there every day, this was the first time and the last that I was having sex every day. And I know that's how I got myself tripped up, by just staying there too long. I've been with enough women enough times, and nothing had ever happened. And it was because I'd never been with them to where they were having that ovulation cycle, and I was with them during it and before it and during it and after it for a long period of time. And that's what got me caught up, I think, or I know that, and thinking you could negotiate a pregnancy. Don't ever think that you can do that. Whether you got an erection or not, you just don't be thinking like that. Don't be thinking you can negotiate something like that. All the cards are in their hands on the table. They got everything. They just, how when someone's playing poker and they just racking all the cards like that, that's what a pregnancy is to a woman. She's got you. So I don't want men to ever put themselves in that situation.
Yes. Okay. So now that we're on that topic, if you could actually just essentially talk about that a little bit more. Like, so she gets pregnant. Was it gradual? Did she just all of a sudden become like a monster? Did she get demanding? At what point did she Did she get to a point where she's giving you an ultimatum? Was she start making you threats? Was she pressuring you to marry her? How did the development of that relationship turn out?
It was, you know, when she told me, when she had that test and she showed me the test, I basically was like, okay, well, you know what I plan on doing. I don't want to be raising no kids or anything like that. So she, one thing that I couldn't really stop her from doing, but I kind of knew that was the end of it, was when I let her go talk to her girlfriend. She was like, I'm going to go talk to Jackie. I'll be back later. I knew that I was on borrowed time then. So when she came back and said, I can't do this, I got aggressive, physically aggressive. Like, yo, you're going to do this. You're going to do this right now. You're going to do this. And it turned
So
into a
when you
domestic.
say you're going to do this, you wanted her to have an abortion? Do I
Yeah, I
understand you
did.
correctly?
I did. Now I'll say this too. Um, I can understand why she couldn't bring herself to do it. I wanted her to do it because I didn't want to face the accountability and the responsibility for what I did. That's what I wanted to use it as a form of birth control because I didn't want to face responsibility for what I had done. Because as we talked about earlier, talked about my dad having political influence. I had just gotten uh, a charge released, completely expunged off my record. I had been caught at the airport with like a pound of marijuana. And this was before 9/11, but it wasn't the smartest thing for me to do. And I ended up not having to go to jail, not being on probation, not having parole, not just having anything. And I remember telling
Basically,
her
your dad helped you navigate the judicial system on that, right?
it was my get out of jail free card. I didn't.
Sure,
He wouldn't tell me who he talked to, what he said to him, or what he had to do. I just know that I better not get in anything close to that kind of trouble again, or he wasn't going to help me. But he would have. But I wouldn't. I wasn't going to extend his.
sure,
I wasn't going to put him through nothing like that again. And I remember when I told her that, she basically looked at it like I needed some responsibility in my life. And that's basically okay. Basically, she said, you need to grow up and stop living off your parents. What it was really, you need to grow up and stop living off your parents so I can live off of you. That's what it was at the end of the day. Because
sure.
like I was telling you, when it's
Yeah,
about the classes, the girl knew was from a better class than what she was. It didn't take much to figure that out.
right.
But yeah,
So
that's what it.
she's thinking that if she can just I don't even know I don't even have the verbiage. If she can coerce you or bully you or convince you to grow up, you could start taking care instead of you living off your parents. She could start living off of you. You get a job and then you buy her a house and all that sort of stuff.
There you go. And that's one thing when of the classes, they help their kids to the next level. And she probably knew that if I had married her, my father and mother would have helped us along the way. But it would have been so much better if her parents would have been able to help us too. Like a lot of people don't know. I know because I know it's a class thing. So I know some kids whose parents put them in a house before they get married so that they can save money and then get married and buy a house better than the one that they were living in, that the parents still owned and they got their house. That's how they do it. And that's why it's really important to mess with somebody from the same class as you. It really is. So you can
Sure.
accumulate things from both sets of your parents and go on to the next level. So that's basically what she wanted. And I didn't really know at the time. It's a shame that I really didn't know what I was really worth before any of this happened. And then after I left the girl, then I started to see more that I was worth more because her life started falling apart once I left it.
Can you talk a little bit about that? I'm assuming your relationship with her is no longer amicable. Do you guys talk? What's her deal now?
She had the nerve, my daughter, see, this was 22 years ago. My daughter's 22 now. So my daughter turned 18, child support was over with. She had the nerve to call me and ask me if I would keep sending the money. And, we had a somewhat of a conversation. I got a little too emotional. I wish I didn't. That's the one thing now. I ain't gonna talk to her no more. But if I ever did, I would be so stoic that it would be really, really great. But at the end of the day, I just hung up the phone. If she thought that she could derail my life like she did, now I'm not trying to take away from anything that I contributed to this. I'm not. But at the end of the life, it was, I mean, at the end of the day, it was still life derailment. You're not going to derail my life and keep me from starting a family the way I wanted to. Because the one thing I learned that if I had another child with legitimate woman, I would go back to this. It's not my fault. It's on her. She made the decision to have this. I don't got nothing to do with this shit. I got to raise this child over here that's legitimate. So I said, you know what? I'm not even going to do it. So to do that and think that I'm going to help you in life, fuck you. I'm not helping you. Fuck you. I'm not going to do that. I help my daughter
You
though,
know,
and I have helped my daughter.
It's interesting. I've been thinking about this a lot lately. The idea of, what exactly is a man's level, or what should be a man's level of responsibility when a woman gets pregnant. And what I mean when I say that is, for example, I've been listening to this other guy. His name is Traversable Mgtow. He makes statements like a man should not have to be responsible for a child at all. And he makes the argument that, well, yes, it's true that you impregnated that woman. However, there's a difference between a woman getting pregnant and a woman giving birth. And he says things like, a woman can get pregnant by accident, but no woman delivers a child by accident.
Never. Absolutely never.
Never. And he basically says that men should not be forced to pay child support if they don't want to. Within the men's rights arena, within the men's rights communities or circles, I think they call this what do they call it? The male, the mera and the para. Basically the male. How's it called? I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact term. Basically, it's the legal right of the male to not have to pay financial support to the child or the child's mother. A woman can do that. See, when a woman gets pregnant, she basically has three options. A, she can have the kid. B, she can abort the kid. C, she can put the kid up for adoption.
Right.
The man does not automatically have any of those responsibilities unless the woman delegates down to him these options. Right. He only has obligation. If he decides to have the kid, if she decides to keep the kid, she can sue him for child support, and he has no recourse. Right. Secondly, if she decides she wants to get an abortion, he cannot overrule her and say, no, you must have the child, and I want to take care of the child. Right. And then lastly, if she decides she wants to put the kid up for adoption, then and only then can he either take the child and raise it himself, or also negate his financial responsibility. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think that if these women didn't know that they had some type of recourse, because that's what she came back and said that the girlfriend said when she went and talked to her girlfriend, that Jackie told her, you can take him to court, you can get him for child support, you can do this, you can do that. And then that bitch Jackie wasn't nowhere near when the shit really hit the fan. I don't think they ain't friends no more, but still, yeah. So, they listen to their girlfriends. If there's nothing in place for them to go and take advantage of men that are stupid enough to impregnate them, they'll stop letting stupid men impregnate them. They'll stop it. At least if they're smart, they will. I don't know how smart they are, because if they got there's got to be other cautionary tales. Whether these women come out and say it, you got to look at their lives and be like, yo, I would never do what you did, but they keep doing the same dumb shit. Single moms everywhere, but nobody seems to learn from it.
I'm convinced. I say it all the time. We're turning into a ghetto nation. I think it was not last year, 2 years ago. So what was it? Fiscal year 2020? No, I think it was fiscal year 2019. 42% of all recorded live births were to unmarried women, right? And that percentage is growing.
Half. Right. That's what it is now. It's just like it's what it is. Meet someone, be in a relationship, especially in the Black community, be in a relationship and be careless until somebody gets pregnant, and then you hate each other when you don't want to come to the same decision. And then that
Mm.
3 lives are altered. And that's supposed to be a family. That's really the only thing that's going to keep us, or not even going to keep us, going to even get us to be going on the right track again. Is once women are a little bit more, a lot less promiscuous and have better values to where they want to be wives instead of side pieces. The majority of the women out here are nothing more than they could be side pieces at best. That's it.
Sure. Sure. Do you mind me asking again? This is a very personal question. You don't have to answer this. Were you forced to pay child support to your daughter?
Oh yeah,
Did
yeah,
your
yeah. I don't mind
okay? So
answering that. Yeah, they tracked me down. It was 3 years before they got me. They got me. Um, they didn't make
and
me pay
how
back
how
shit
did that
though.
work?
They, I was in. My daughter's in another state. Now, when I graduated, I left and tried to keep communication with my daughter. And then it started to be, well, she had to grow up a little bit. But when I was trying early on, it was too much of that. I need to be there when with the child, because I don't want you to do anything against the child. Because this was around that Ray Caruth shit. When that Ray Caruth stuff went down, when he killed his baby mama because he got his dumb ass caught out there with a woman and didn't want to accept responsibility, end up killing her. So, I mean,
Was that a famous can't remember.
football player, yeah, for the Carolina Panthers. I remember when I got set to watch they play football on Thanksgiving Day at noon and then at like 4 o'clock, and I sat down to watch the noon game, and they talked about the killing the girl died, and this was Thanksgiving, and my daughter was born December 7th, right after that. So I was going through that very same shit, man. I was like, yo, I would off this bitch if I had it in me to do that shit and could get away with it. I would, but I wouldn't. But I wanted to tell myself that I would. That's how mad I was. I
No,
was
that's
mad,
okay.
man. I
No,
was
no, I
mad, yo,
understand.
for
I
real.
totally understand.
For real. And then she kept
I
coming to my
remember.
house trying to talk to me and all this stuff. I'm like, you better stay away from me, man. Because it's
Right.
funny how, I don't want to keep cutting you off, but it's funny how once the shit hit the fan, I got the resources together to move out, which is what I should have done in the first place, man. Because I wouldn't have been there. Because I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I had my own place, she wouldn't have been at my place like that. I was at her place because I didn't want to be in the dorm, even though I didn't have a roommate. Because I was one of the older kids on the college, and they just was like, okay, James, you don't need to have a roommate. If you don't want a roommate, you won't have one. But I want an apartment. I wanted my own shit, and I moved in with that girl to have independence. And look how shit unfolded. But when shit hit the fan, I was like, I'm out of here. I'm getting my stuff. And of course, my parents helped me get the security deposit, but I was out of there. And if I had my
How
own place from the beginning, she wouldn't have been at my house to be getting pregnant like that. She wouldn't have been there like that. I had some other girl there like that.
how
For real.
old were how old were you when she got pregnant, or for that matter, how old were you when you had your first kid? 22, 24,
20.
26?
I turned 25, right? That I turned 25.
Okay,
I turned
you were
25.
25 when she was born.
Yeah, 25 years old.
Okay, okay. Yeah, no, it's I don't know what to say. I mean, in so many ways, that's sort of like when your life really starts. Is
Yeah,
you're still a kid really when you're 18, but let's say by your maybe not mid 20, by your late 20s, life really starts,
right.
and you get settled with all this. How much were you paying in child support? 300, 600,
Nah, not that
1,600 a
much.
month?
Little under. Hold on, I wanted to say something first about what you capped on at the beginning. Yeah, life getting started. Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm gonna always regret. Two things actually, but one is I didn't have a chance to be independent on my own, doing for myself, and just having me to worry about. And it went from being in college to having this shit, and it would be a lot better. It would have been a lot better if it had been somebody that I wanted to be with. It would have been a lot better because then I wouldn't have needed that change to be by myself and a bachelor by myself because I would have stayed that way, to be honest with you. I like it not having any responsibility or anything like that. But I didn't pay not even $200 a month in insurance. I mean, insurance, child support, because
Sure.
I wrote a note to the court and told them what happened and told them about everything. Uh, just told them everything. and I had a male judge, and I think that helped me. I had a male judge, and I didn't pay. I paid less than $200 a month for
That's
15 of the 18 years, and they didn't come after me for no back child support. But I will say this: I did a lot for my daughter. We took her to Disney World. We took her to Rome for her graduation. We bought her a 2014 car that her mother and her grandfather weren't able to co-sign for or pay insurance. We did all that. So we did a lot for my daughter. So I don't want to hear that I paid $188 a month. There's the number right there. And that's all I did for my kid. I did a lot for that kid. I did more than I wanted to for that kid. I did absolutely nothing for her mother. See, it's hard to upgrade and uplift the child, especially a female child, if you're not willing to do it for the woman. And I wasn't going to, if you're going to sit there and ask me, you got to upgrade your daughter, but you got to upgrade Dirty Harriet to do so. Well, then I'm not going to upgrade my daughter. Then I'm sorry. It's that cut and dry. Just not going to do it.
Yeah, no, it's so sad. I'm you know, to be stuck, at least legally, to be stuck at the hip with this woman that you end up coming to despise.
Right.
Let me tell you a quick anecdote. This just happened right now, literally a couple hours ago. I had the day off, and I call up an old friend and I say, hey, they got half price pizza over at Moretti's. Let's go get some pizza. My treat. He's like, yeah, sure. We meet up. He's talking to me, and I tell him, you know, I want to interview you as well. And he's like, oh, yeah, he's kind of gun shy. No, I don't know. I'm still working on him. But his story is a perfect example, except maybe his is considerably worse. I was working at a what's that called, a supermercado, a supermarket here in Chicago, and I was a trucker for them, and then they transferred me to in the store.
Right.
I ended up getting unceremoniously fired. Partially my fault. I kind of got an edge to me. You talk to me wrong, I'll bow up. Or anyway, long story short, this guy was my boss. He was real cool. Him and I got along real cool. So much so that we're friends now. And he told me his life story. He's got he has two sons. Same story. He got the girl. He got married. He got the girl pregnant in his early 20s, 22, 24, whatever. And his life, I don't want to say his life is ruined, but he feels the same way. Like his life has been, how can I put it? His potential has been severely limited by the way he has no rights. He's only got like 2 more years of child support, but still he's in his late 40s now. You know? So, you know, I'm talking to him and I'm like, yeah, you know, I might move to this city. I might move to that city. And, you know, I talk to him and he just says, you know, it sucks. All my 20s and my 30s were stolen from me. I'm paying all this money. If I don't pay, I lose my license.
Right.
If I don't pay, after 2 months of being neglectful or falling behind in child support here in the state of Illinois, you can actually go to jail for not paying child support.
Right. Now, there were opportunities that I just didn't take because I was afraid to miss child support payments. And I stayed at jobs that I didn't want to be in. And I took jobs that I didn't want to take because I was under the thumb. And I did get behind like twice, like 1,500 and like 1,800. They weren't threatening me to do that, but I caught right up. So they were,
Sure.
they were real. They were actually surprised that when I told them, yeah, I'm gonna send you the check tomorrow. She was like, I could tell by her tone she didn't believe me. And then when I called back and said, "Did you get it?" She was like, "Oh yeah." So they kind of worked with me. They kind of liked me down there at that office because they knew the situation. I told you I wrote that letter.
That's good, of course. I credit you for being responsible, but again, I'm very politically minded. I have this idea that this whole process it emasculates the man, and you're having to call, and you're you know what, you got to be on hold, and you're rushing over here, and you better do what they say, and they know they got you by the short and curlies, when men should be a patriarch. That the child legally should belong to the man, and the woman, this Dirty Harriet, she should be out in the street. You should be dictating.
Now I set the ground that I was a couple classes ahead of her, and we had all types of arrangements. We were going to send her to a private school that was better than one of the ones that I went to. My father was going to pay for it. And she just, again, when it comes to upgrading the kid, if you don't upgrade the woman, they ain't going to have that. But because there was nothing for her to gain from it, She wasn't
Right.
allowing for that. We were gonna have my daughter be a debutante. There was all types of stuff up here. Like when she came up here, she wanted to camp and stuff like that. She had all types of opportunities that she wasn't having down there. I mean, when she was a little girl, she would even say things like, "I noticed that the houses here are nicer than the houses where I live at." She would just say things like that. And like, no, come on
Sure.
now. And I really would like to have had her grow up here. Things are change. Things are actually changing now. Uh, between, well, I have a sister. I really haven't mentioned her. She was married.
I remember you were saying you have a sister who is a professional, and
Lawyer.
in some aspects your sister
Lawyer.
has taken your daughter under her wings, and she's trying to
Yeah.
teach her to be a proper lady and all that.
Yeah. And she follows after her. Like my sister's like a size 6, so my daughter has a good role model in her. And my sister's a lawyer, not a paralegal, a lawyer. So my daughter is really on the. She's in education too. She wants to be a teacher, but it that the one thing that I say that people told me, because I beat myself up over this shit for years. People were just like, let put it in the hands of the Lord. Just let it go. And I'm glad I should have done that. I didn't do that. I spent a lot of time feeling sorry for myself about this stuff. And if I just had let it go, things would have been better. I don't know if I would have wanted to start another family though, because I don't think I really want that responsibility. I just don't, because I want my freedom. And especially when we talked about, I didn't have my 20s and my 30s, and now in my late 40s and going into my 50s, I don't have much left, but all I want is freedom. That's all I strive for, male sovereignty, and that's it. That's pretty much what my goal is every day, is to have a male sovereignty day.
Sure, of course. I mean, just all of it. Of course, male sovereignty, of course, political power, all that. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's just I just don't like. I mean, I'm sorry to say it. I find that when I'm around women, and maybe not all women, not all, but most, I just want I just want sex from women. Besides that, I get sick of them, and they, they're contentious and they're combative. They like to fight. They pretend that they're not like that, but they are.
And they're never satisfied.
Right. They're never satisfied. Right. You got it. So it's like, I don't know, as I've gotten older, I'm 38 now. I'll be 39 this year. As with every passing year, I've become less enthused about the idea of about wanting to get married, about settling down and buying some woman some condo, and
Right.
I just want to be left alone. And then once in a while, when I want to have sexy fun time, I get on the phone and I figure out, I get creative about ways of taking care of that.
Mm-hmm. I like visiting the Asian massage joint. I went to the first one when I was 45, and the fact that you can space it out, go whenever you want to. $100, $60 for the massage, $40 for the happy ending. I personally, and this is truthful, I don't do anything where there's any bodily fluids exchange, because I don't want to be. I've already had a situation in my life where I had to sit around and say, my life was altered because of hasty sexual decision. I don't want to go through that again. So I'm happy with the rub and tugs.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, out of pure curiosity, because I've never done that. These Asian massage parlors, and of course I've heard of them. They're very ubiquitous. They're in every major city. Can you talk about that a little bit? Like, so is it? I mean, I'm sorry to be so crass, but you use the term a tug and rub. Are you basically talking about a hand job? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's the end of it. After they massage you down with that oil, and then they
don't do anything. They don't do anything besides that, like fellatio, anything like that. Is that off? Is that?
Like I said, I've never tried to get that. I'm sure if you just feed the meter, so to speak, you can get whatever you want. But I haven't gone there with that. I don't want to try to go there with that, because I don't want to spend no more money. I don't want to have to be. I don't want like to be in the mood and you got to get more money. I'd be like, nah, I'm not even. That's the one thing I don't want to do with the call girl thing. Is I'm not able to really. I won't be aroused if I know that the girl's there for money. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
I want her to be there because she finds me attractive. And as you get older, you really kind of want that more, I think. But some guys just don't care. I just don't. Maybe I would let her fellatio me, but to have a real experience with her, nah, I don't think I would do that because I'm not picking.
Okay.
I'm not pitching my best game now. I'm almost 50. I would need to be aroused by somebody that is aroused by me. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, that's fine. So if I can ask you to just generally describe your sex life, how would you describe in your own words? How was your sex life? Non-existent.
If I
Five
had a
times a
sound,
year.
if I had a sound effect for crickets, it would be that. Just the Asian massage parlors. There's a girl that
Okay.
I see that I'm thinking about, but I'm not too sure. I don't want to date her, but she's the type of girl that she's a. See, when it comes to class, there's a moral value system that goes with that. And I can tell by the way this girl carries herself, she's not going to give up anything without, I wouldn't say a commitment, but without knowing you and trusting you. She's just not giving it up quick like that. And I've had a good fair amount of experience with low women, lowest of low women, and then like where I'm from is a lot of ghetto chicks around here. So you got to do smoke with them, and your dick's coming out. So it's a little
Sure.
different. So, but I do like this girl, and I don't want to deal with no low women anymore. No party girls, no girls that I can smoke with and party with and end up, whatever. I don't deal with those women anymore, especially now the way things are. Those women are dangerous because they set motherfuckers up. That's what they do. So I don't trust them because I wouldn't want them coming to my house. I wouldn't want any of that. I don't even. I'm glad that I haven't been messing with any of them type low women since I've been living where I've been living, and they don't know where I live. So, yeah, that's the
Sure.
one thing I want to do is be caught out there with some dumb shit.
Now that we're on the subject, and I'm not saying you do this or that you ever would, but if you ever do bring women, and who knows, what the future may hold, you should get a safe. Have you ever considered getting yourself like a what's it called? I have one, a safe, what's it called? A dial safe. You know what I mean?
What, to keep my belongings in?
Yeah, money, guns, drugs, pot, anything like that.
Nah,
If a woman comes
nah,
over, whoever, you throw everything in the safe.
I just wouldn't want to deal with that element at all because I know my house is stationary and it's staying there, and I don't even want them to know that I'm there. I don't even want them to know because I don't be here all the time, and I just don't want. I just want to avoid that element totally. I don't want nothing
Okay.
that comes from that element at all.
Okay,
No
okay.
pussy, no
But
nothing.
you also openly admit in a way you're kind of still looking for a woman for commitment. Is that, do I understand you correctly when you say that?
I wouldn't even say commitment. I would say more so I would like to know that she's not screwing around she's not fucking anybody else besides me. And we all know with cock carousel and all that you're just not going to get that. We live in a hookup culture now. That's another thing. I have been very sexually active
Sure.
in the last 20 years because I'm worried about genital warts and herpes. That shit is out there like that, man. I used to work
Oh, all of it.
at an abortion clinic, and I used to work at like a mental hospital, and I used to read their charts, and a lot of the girls had that shit, man. They were nice looking chicks. So I was like, oh, okay. There's something to be known about
Herpes,
this.
gonorrhea, syphilis, warts, trike, mono, AIDS. Yeah, no, it's all out there. It's all out there.
See, I could deal with, not that I would want to, but I could deal with any of the ones where you just get a shot and it clears right up. But if it's going to be reoccurring, that's what I worry about. I don't want that because
Sure.
I
Oh,
got
of
a body
course.
image. I got a very high body image, and it's tied to my self esteem. So if I had something like that, like breakouts on my penal shaft, I'd be like, nah, man. It'd be hard for me to walk with good posture out here.
Oh yeah, no, of course. And of course, the worst of the worst would be like maybe in the past. Now we can cure it, but like syphilis, if you got syphilis 100 years ago, there was no getting rid of it, and it's basically,
Right.
what is it? Some sort of bacterial infection that eventually spreads to your brain. Uh, you
Right.
know, or let's say maybe today AIDS would be the one. You know, there's just no going back. I mean, once once you get AIDS, I mean, basically you have to take a cocktail of whatever, some drugs that try to help you try to keep you alive, but you know. Which, by the way, just because we're on the subject, did you know that there is there is a preventative vaccine for the AIDS virus now.
No, I didn't know that.
Yes, this is already over a year old. So it does not work if you have already contracted AIDS. However, if you have not contracted AIDS, you can now get a shot, which will prevent you from getting AIDS. Or that is to say, it will, of course, I'm no scientist, I don't know the details, but it keeps your viral load so low that it is not detectable in a test. And supposedly, you won't even be able to pass it. And even before then, they had these pills you could take. They were very popular in the gay community called PrEP. Have you heard of PrEP?
Nah. No, I ain't heard of that.
Yeah. You could look it up sometime. Capital P, capital R, undercase E, and then P, PrEP. It's like some sort of pill that you can take that's like clinically proven to help you not get AIDS if you don't already have it. And then, so like, you know, here in Chicago, there's a a very vibrant gay community, if you will. And, you know, they all know what PrEP is, and half of them are on it. They just pop these pills and then they go and, you know, back alley Sally that shit.
Wow. I don't know if I would trust it. See, to me, that's just like giving people carte blanche to go out here and be promiscuous. And you just said it. They pop the pill and they go behind the dumpster and give fellatio to some dude. So I think that some of the prevention is allowing people to be promiscuous, or giving people carte blanche to say,
sure.
Because I know a girl who was promiscuous on college campus, and she thought that by her going to get an AIDS test every week or an STD test every week, that would somehow prevent something. And I'm like, well, if you go during the incubation period, they're not going to be able to detect it. So I'm like, you know,
sure, right.
People just, and then I could never trust, you know, you don't trust, you know, are you intimate with anybody else? These girls are lying to you. And I didn't even know it. When I was younger, I didn't think that women, I thought everybody's sexual behaviors was like mine, conservative, one person at a time. No, that's not it at all. And once I learned that what's really out there, it really kind of scared me even more. Yeah, that's where the value system comes in. It's conservative values. Yeah. So I really haven't been doing much of anything with my, you know what, except for them with them Asian chicks. That allows me also, them Asian chicks allow me to appreciate older women a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. You know, because I am older. I have to admit that I was just thinking before I got on this live stream that I've lost the ability to attract a young 20-something-year-old. Maybe one that's hit the wall already and knows that, you know, guys aren't really checking for me like that. I would appeal to someone like that. But a girl that's at the prime and got everybody coming at her like that, I would just be some old guy to her.
Well, you know what? If I may say so, I actually respectfully disagree with you. I think if you had like a real flashy car and you had you know, a $600,000 you know, 5-bedroom house, all brick in the suburbs, you know, you dressed, you know, dressed to impress, I think maybe you actually still would. That's just my opinion. But I hear you.
Yeah. I just mean me driving a Toyota Prius wearing khakis and boat shoes. I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, I understand.
You know what I'm saying?
I totally agree.
But yeah, with the flashy car, no doubt.
I remember listening to previous videos of yours. For example, I remember one video you were talking about how someone in your neighborhood, I can't remember who, they were driving some I don't know, some late model Mercedes or something like that, and you know, you were talking about how, you know, you look around you, you're in the hood. Why are you? Who are you trying to impress? You remember that video?
Yeah. I remember saying that, and there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that high-end vehicle stuff, and you know, you have you might be renting a room for somebody at the lowest, or you got an apartment in a very meager place, but you got a really high-end vehicle, and that's what's going to get you attention. That's what I don't like about our community. There's always got to be some lure about what this that makes you attractive to other women. It's not, my name is so-and-so, in a nutshell, this is who I am, this is what I'm about. And we got to find out if our value systems are alike, and we can go from there and try to build something together. It ain't that with us. It's always
Yeah,
some
no, it's
real.
not like that. It's not like that anymore. It's
No.
what can you do for me? What's in it for me?
Mm,
How much money? What do you do for work? Which is just that's just read between the lines. How much money do you make? How much money can I get from you?
mm.
And again, what are you going to do for me? I think it's very much looks money status. Unfortunately,
Right, right, right. I think status more so before looks, because my dad had high status, and he had a
yeah,
lot of women. He did a lot of carousing. So if it was looks, then I would have those same women, and I don't. My personality is a lot different than his. I don't really like women. I hate. I don't mean that I hate women, but when like you said, the desire to have sex is really all you have for women. Once that has subsided within me, I realized that I was only liking them because I was trying to sleep with them. And now that I'm not trying to sleep with them as much, especially the amount of women that are out there versus the
sure.
amount of women that actually attract me is just like, oh my God, there's so many women out there versus the very few that actually arouse me to the point where I want to do something sexual with them. But I don't like women aside from trying to sleep with them. I don't
Yeah,
genuinely
no,
like them.
I totally understand. It's sort of sad. I mean, or I don't want to say sad, but maybe you know, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'll use the word sad. I feel like when I was younger, there was there was a sense of wonderment or maybe enchantment. Maybe that's a better way to put it. I'm disenchanted with women. I don't feel that you know. Yeah, that I'll leave it at that. Enchantment. It's not. I'm not excited to be around them. I see a beautiful woman. Sure, I still want to stick her, but then I start thinking, oh, she's gonna start complaining. Oh, she's gonna need my money. Oh my God, what if she got pregnant? Oh man, I can go to jail. It's just I don't know. Maybe I'm just becoming bitter in my old age.
Maybe, but I'm right where you are as far as, they're pretty. I've become desensitized to where a lot of women look with these the beauty enhancements, the fake hair, eyelashes, nails,
Sure,
all those beauty enhancements, they're all starting to look the same to me. And it's just not attractive to me anymore. What attracts me is not what attracts most people, as far as women goes, because I'll point out a girl that I like and dudes will be like, nah, I'm not really feeling her like that. But what they're telling me they
sure.
like, I'm like, I don't see it at all. Y'all are over there, I'm over here. But it's totally different. I'm on a different wavelength than most people when it comes to these women and these dating. What I like
I
is,
agree. I agree, and so am I. I remember you recounted a story. I can't remember who you were with. I think you were at a bar or something like that, and there were some young, beautiful women in their 20s. It might have been like a server, a bartender, something like that. And you were talking about how this guy you were with or someone that you knew was trying to get with them or something, but you, because you were not interested in them sexually, you basically were able to be honest with them. Do you remember that story?
not quite exactly. Not. I'd have to get more specifics about who the girls were. Exactly did I say to him? Because I wasn't. What exactly? Do you remember what was talked about? That might prompt
Yeah,
me a little bit.
yeah. No, I just remember you were at some sort of establishment, a bar or a restaurant or something, and there were these pretty girls, and you were
Mm,
recounting the fact that in the past maybe you would be like, oh, wow, I gotta put on airs, I gotta act a certain way, I can't be honest with them because of course I want to penis them, I want to have sex with them, but
right.
instead you were talking about how you don't feel the need to lie or to bullshit them. You just tell them how you really feel because frankly you're not that
Not
interested,
trying to fuck them.
you're not that into them.
I don't remember that specific video, but I know that's the way I
Okay,
approach, the way I talk to women, and the way I talk to them is because I'm not really trying to have sex with them, especially the ones that are my age. I'm just not trying to. So I don't mind telling
sure,
them, a guy will sleep with you, but he's not going to offer you anything because I'm not even
sure,
willing.
sure.
I'm not even interested in sleeping with him. So it doesn't matter at that point. All right. When I say I don't like
I
single
thought.
moms, and if they don't like, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off. It'll be the last time I
No,
do
it's
that.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
If I say I don't like single moms and a woman that's a single mom doesn't want to date me, I don't care because I don't want to even sleep with it. I really don't want to sleep with too many women these days. As I don't want that to sound like my orientation switching, but I'm just not as attracted to women as I used to be once I got red pill knowledge and once I got older and once I got true knowledge of what women really are and what they're about. In order to not to get angry and to start hating and just be angry all the time at women and at people, I just choose to look at them as non-entities. And that's just how we're
Sure.
going to go from now on.
Sure. Yeah, I basically agree. I basically agree with everything you just said. I look at them totally differently.
Mm.
Let's segue. Let's change the subject a little bit. I had mentioned that I am a conspiracy theorist.
Right.
I have this I have this idea that you know, you can call them whatever you want, the ultra rich, the Illuminati, you know, you can call them whatever you want. That they play games with humanity. And I think that they purposely set people against each other. I think that they purposely pass laws that can sort of jam people up. You could say these laws that they pass can affect entire communities. Can I talk to you a little bit about the Black community and laws and dysfunction and single motherhood and the crack cocaine epidemic and Freeway Ricky Ross and things like this?
Yeah, what are you going to ask me? Sure.
Okay, let's start with a question. Do you think that there is a concerted effort by rogue elements within our government to destroy the Black community in America?
Oh yeah, it's really to keep Black men from progressing. I mean, that's what happened to me. It can happen in one of three ways: through a woman, through drug addiction, or drug use, which leads to problems in the judicial system. Those three things: drug use, a woman, or judicial system. But the drug use
so essentially they try to ruin Black men by getting them becoming drug addicted, or by becoming hooked by a woman, or by being locked up.
Right. I mean, because you look at me. Me and the girl that girl used to like smoking weed every bit as much as me. I never met a girl that liked smoking that much. And that was dangerous. And to this day, I won't smoke with a girl that establish no connection with her. I just won't do it. Not now. I still smoke. I won't do it with a chick though. I just won't. What was it? Oh yeah. So I'm smoking with her. It leads to the unwanted pregnancy, and I'd already had an arrest record before I met the girl. You heard me saying that I got locked up, and I've been arrested for getting the airport a pound of weed, but I've been in trouble with the law before that. So I fell victim to all three of that shit. But because of the class that I come from, it didn't totally engulf me. If I got caught at the airport and my dad was some unemployed dude or worked down at the docks or something, I would have that on my record and the kid, and I wouldn't be, because I'm kind of set up now. It's like I got a house for my grandfather on my maternal side, and I got a house that my father left. So I don't have to worry about not having no place to live. All I have to do is work, save money, and have fun. And that's why I feel like I've been liberated through all this. Because I got a good life at the end of the day. I'm not totally destitute, and I wasn't dumb enough to think that I could have more children and come out on top. That's what I was. That was a good decision that I made. When you make a decision like that, I don't think you can write it by, I wanted to write the situation by having a legitimate family and doing things the way I wish I had done it. It wouldn't erase what I had done. So I figured, why do it then? Because that would be my sole reason for doing it. Even now, there's still a portion of me that would say, I wonder what it would be like to be married and raise a family and stuff like that. But I get some post-nut clarity. I mean, I'm only putting it out there just to put it out there. But there's no way I would let that happen, which is another reason why I'm not all that, or I ain't sexually active and not looking to date, because I don't want to fall victim to this shit again. Because any woman that I'm attracted to is going to be young enough to have a child. I'm almost certain of that.
Well, you know, that being said, you know, coming around back to this idea of, you know, we're men, and of course we have certain needs, or you could call them desires. You know, you keep reiterating this idea that, yeah, any woman I would want to be with, any woman that I would find myself sexually attracted to, would probably be of childbearing age. So therefore, or ergo, I basically forego it completely because I can get one of these girls pregnant. Have you ever thought of maybe going to Mexico, getting your passport, checking out Thailand, something like that, where you could actually do these things and still have fun, and then at the end of the day, fly back to the States and then resume life here?
I uh mm, we're talking now. We're talking. Are these girls like call girls, right? Like I could see one and say I want this one and pay for it.
So, I mean,
So
essentially, to answer
you
that
asking me to go
question,
over there
yes. I
to
mean,
try to set or try to have a relationship with a girl over there? Hi, my name's so and so. Tell me about you, and then I bring you back here. Is that which one are you talking about?
oh, right. No, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just pay to play. I'm not talking
Um,
about, trying to marry up one of these girls or have a relationship. No, I'm talking, or I mean, you could do that as well. I've heard stories of men flying to the Philippines, and they meet a girl, and they tell her straight, listen, I'm not willing to bring you back to the States, but if you want, 6 months out of the year, I could come live in the Philippines with you, and you could be like my living girlfriend. And yeah, maybe we could have kids. I'll buy you a little condo or something. There's men who do that as well, but I'm just talking about reaching the plateau or reaching the level of cognitive of psychological development where your ego boundary falls away and you say, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to embrace the idea of sex tourism. You can call it whatever you want, but basically, yeah, being willing and able to go to other countries to get sex. Ja Rules, you still there? Ja, I can't hear you. Can you guys hear Ja? Shit. Yeah, looks like I can't hear him. I see him. It appears he's still on. Lord Hybrid says you can have it any way you
yeah,
want it
hold on.
overseas. Oh, I can hear you now. Oh, are you there?
No, I'm here. I can see myself. Hold on, I'm gonna leave and come back.
Oh, you need
Hold
you need
on.
to you need to step away for a second. All right. He said he's gonna leave and come back. So I'm gonna go through some of these. I'm gonna go through some of these whatchamahoozies, some of these comments here. Corey Steele, I hear you. Lord Hybrid, gotta have money when you're older. Hell yeah, dude. As I've gotten older, man, it's all about money. I'm sorry to say that. I don't want to sound like I'm getting bitter, but it's all about money. Isn't true. As accounting is keeping selfish women single. Women are fucking stupid. All right. Greetings, Jay Mgtow. Oh, poor and healthy, but I am pretty. God's name. Okay. This guy James, man. James, you leave a lot of comments in my sections, but half of them are so poorly written. I'm sorry. I made a comment telling you or asking you if you can try to improve the arrangement of words in your sentences, or whatever, your syntax and your grammar. If you can work on that, like some of your sentences, I don't even understand what you're saying. Okay, Corey Slater. They rubbed off their own shiny. Soft sands. The age of harlots. It is sad, but I indulge very seldom. Okay, Lord Hybrid writes, I don't like most women also. They're whack people, mostly especially in America. Yeah, they're whack. Yeah, they're totally whack. I think essentially they're not taught to develop a superego. They're not taught to respect the superego, the imposed values of morality of the wider society. It's all about they're just stuck in the ego. It's all ego. It's me, me, me. It's me, me, me. It's me all day. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link again. Let's see. Let's go all the way to the bottom here. Uh, Hammer got nuked. Polska Bob, can you talk about that? Hammer got nuked. Can you write a full sentence or two? Hammerhand, his latest channel just got nuked. I didn't know that. What brand smokes you prefer? No more dealing women in the West. Oh, the link. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe I gotta drop the link again. That's what it is. All right, I'll drop the link again. Hold on, gentlemen. I have to do it manually because I'm such a I'm so not poor. Not I could afford a new phone, but the phone I have right now, technically works. I just don't want to buy a new phone. But the problem is the phone I'm currently using, it's all busted up. It literally is like full of cracks. All right, let's see. HTTPS colon backslash 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 StreamYard StreamYard.com backslash 7 CQ VK J8 EHT. All right, let's hope that works. I think it will. Okay. All right, Ja Rules, if you want to call back in. I did want to ask you. I have some questions. I wanted to talk to you a little conspiracy theory. I have this crazy idea that the Democratic Party wants to completely halt, or at the very least, they want to slow down as much as they can the development or the introduction of the black man into the middle class. Essentially, they want to keep us. Essentially, they want to keep you poor. They want to keep us all poor. But I think that they have special tools that they use to try to attack the black community, or I should say black men. But yeah, ultimately this affects all of us. All right, I see Ja Rules. I think I just brought him back. Ja Rules, are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know what happened, but I'm here.
No, that's okay. It might have been me. I think my phone was acting up. I'm not sure, but regardless, it's okay.
All right.
Oh, I see. Just quickly, I see Mgtow Bandit is here. What's up, Mgtow Bandit? Good to see you, and thank you again, by the way, for your interview last week. I very much appreciate your time. Yeah, Ja Rules, can you talk to me a little bit about the? Okay, have you ever? I guess you have your master's degree. Actually, I guess I assume that you're more educated than me. I thought you were as educated as me. So, I openly admit I think I'm a little elitist sometimes when I talk to people, and I assume that they are less educated than me. But
Right.
that elitism kind of goes away when I meet someone that I consider on my level or higher.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of? I'm sorry.
I'm saying okay. I'm listening.
Have you ever heard of Freeway Ricky Ross?
I have, but I'm not familiar with him at all.
Oh, okay,
I'm
so
not at all.
to make a long story short, so there was a gentleman, I think his last name was Deutsch, Director Deutsch of the CIA. This came out, I think, in the 80s. This was part of the Iran-Contra affair. It turned out that rogue elements of our government, of the CIA essentially, were trying to raise money. And they wanted to raise money to fight communists in, what was it? I think it was in Nicaragua. In the country of Nicaragua, there was like a military, there was a communist uprising, and we wanted to send guns there and arms, and all this cost money.
You know that Oliver North shit? Oliver North? You talk Oliver North? Yeah. Vaguely, but go ahead.
Yeah. Long story short, the CIA, in a bid to raise money to fund the war, they imported vast amounts of cocaine into the United States, and they recruited young black men and gave them these basic skills they taught them how to manufacture and then distribute crack cocaine. Basically, the CIA created the crack cocaine epidemic of the 80s. I'm sure you've heard of the crack cocaine epidemic.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, that George Bush, when he was up there, they had this stuff is bad. Yeah, man, that was definitely a government conspiracy. Definitely. No doubt about that.
Well, what I'm saying is that there's actually proof to show that. And I think that so I have this idea that, like, the people that run our government, they have this they see us as like insects. They see us as like cattle to be used and abused, for that matter. Can you talk about that?
I mean, definitely. I mean, basically, basically are experimenting with us. We're guinea pigs with them, with cattle, like you said, with sheep. And that really kind of goes into what I was saying earlier about how they dumbing down the education process so that you can easily be led astray. You can't learn to think for yourself. You won't challenge what they say, think, do, or feel. That's what with this vaccine, so many people are just willing to get in line and take it blindly. A lot of people I know, people I respect. I just knew I wasn't going to take it if I could get around.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you. For the purposes of this stream, can you please call it something other than that word? Can you call it the jab or the floke or the
All right,
jabberwocky,
yeah,
anything you want?
we'll call it my fault. Yeah, the jab.
No, it's
When it
okay.
came with the
No, it's
jab,
okay.
I didn't want to take the jab. I was trying to block the jab like boxing. You just want to block the jab, parry the jab, slip the jab. You just don't want to take the
Sure.
jab. You don't want to eat the jab on the chin. And that's exactly it. So I think the government really, especially now with everything that's going on, everything is trial and error with us. With the inflation and everything else, they're seeing how we're going to react to everything. With the shooting up in Buffalo, they're just seeing how society's going to react to so many things. And they're gauging, they're just figuring ways to control us. And most people don't have a mind to think for themselves. That's why I like the social media, because it's a sharing of ideas of people that think like you, and you can kind of sway people to think more like you if you want to. That's
Sure.
what I like about all this internet stuff.
Okay. Do you think black men can use, how can I put it? I don't want to say especially use, but do you think do you think black men need Mgtow more than any other group, or they need to adopt a certain lifestyle or a certain mentality that they're being predated on, that they're being attacked, that they're being held down, that there's a system against them? Oh, it looks like he dropped again. Oh, damn. Okay, that's too bad. If anyone else wants to call in, that's fine. After another 10 or 15 minutes, I imagine I'm gonna wrap it up with him. If he calls back in, I dropped the link. If anyone wants to call in, can you guys get the link? Looks like he's back. Very good. I think my phone is getting squirrely or something. I don't know. We'll see. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ja, you back?
Yeah. Mine's getting squirrely too. I got like 5%. I heard what you were saying. I'll just leave with this. In our community, we're too matriarchal. We don't see, there are guys my age pushing 50 that think sex with women is the only thing that life is about. And until that changes, you're going to have situations like mine, children with women that you don't care nothing about. You're going to have herpes, all types of shit from having promiscuous sex with women that you don't care nothing about. That has to change. It has to change. We have to start looking at women as far as your value system matching up with ours. But black people, we really don't have no value system. What do we do at age 13 that no other culture does? What, have our first kid? I'll just leave with that because my phone is about to die. I'll talk to you next time. I'm glad that we did this. We'll have to do it again sometime for real. All right. Just let me
in a
know.
couple months. Let me please hit you up again. Okay, that's great. If you have to leave, that's cool. Thank you very much. Can you take 1 second and just show your channel and just talk about just tell us about your channel. Talk about what you promote on your channel.
I got a channel. You just look my name up. What we're discussing right now, we're just doing like news stories about how the black community is messed up, but we've done things like Umar Johnson. I've shared my life experiences. I've shared experiences with my daughter, stuff like that. We've got things like cartoons on that channel where I like experience things in life and I throw it a little cartoon message and spin on it. Just go over there. You'll like what you see. If you don't, hey, come over here and listen to me talk to my man over here, Joe. Talk to say.
All right. I guess I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Ja. Ja, I'm going to drop you right now. I'm going to drop you in about 10 seconds. Let me see if I can think. Okay, Ja. Okay. All right, Ja, I'm going to remove you from the stream in about 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Remove from stream. Okay, very good. All right, everyone. That was Ja Rules. Ja Rules. He runs a boutique channel. I can't remember how long I've been listening to him. Probably at least 2 years, maybe more than 2 years. And yeah, he's a Mgtow. You know, he went through it. Obviously, he's more of a success story. He ended up, you know, doing well, or pulling through really well. Obviously, within the community, there are examples of men, you know, self-deleting. I'm not going to say the word, but you know, when you off yourself, there've been, you know, examples of men going to prison over these things, and so his life kind of turned out better than most, which is great, which is great. But if we could just try to get, again, my cons, I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but if we can just get this message out to more men, imagine how many young men who are young, they're in their 20s, they're, you know, they're bright-eyed, but they don't know about any of this stuff. Next thing you know, a girl gets pregnant, and child support court and all these troubles, and you know, it's just, oh my god. All right, let's see. Polska Bob just sent me a text. Oh, Polska Bob just sent me a very interesting text message. Okay. I see what you wrote, Polska Bob. Okay. I see. Okay. Let me see if I can address that. Okay. I'm going to address that right now. Let's do that. Okay. I just blocked Corey Steele. Yeah, I just blocked Corey Steele. And yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna drop the link again. If anyone else wants to call in, I'll go for at least another half an hour, and we'll see what's going on. I see that Ja Rules is still in the participants section. If you want to come back on, that's fine. But if you don't, that's fine. Just you can just write a text in the comment section. Let me know if you want to come back on. Let's see. And I do apologize, guys, for I'm not very tech savvy. I literally have to post a comment every single time. I post the link every single time by handwriting it instead of just copying and pasting. So, HTTP. Okay. HTTPS colon backslash. The hell's going on? Backslash StreamYard. StreamYard.com backslash 7C QV KJ 8 EHT. All right, let's hope that works. Polska, I saw your back channel text message to me. I'm basically hearing you. You know, just out of pure, how can I put it, respect. Just out of, I have a high level of, I have a high opinion for your opinion. So, you know, I hope you're right about that. You know what I'm saying? Always make sure that you know what you're talking about when you do stuff like that. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, actually, it looks like I can talk about it because you're talking about it. Polska Bob told me to kick out this guy Corey Steele. He claims that he's a I don't know, he's into like pedos or something. He's constantly talking about little girls. We're not we're not entertaining any sort of conversation like that here. So, but whatever. I'll see what's going on with all that later. Let's see. Prime Ruler, you block Corey Steele like you accomplished something. Whatever. I just you know, whatever. All right. Kicked him on a pop stream. Very good. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. If it isn't Mgtow Hybrid, or I guess I'm sorry, his improved name, Lord Hybrid. Hello, Lord Hybrid. How are you, sir? Lord Hybrid, are you there? I don't hear you. That's too bad. Maybe my phone is acting up. I don't know what's going on. Can anyone in the comment section, can you hear Lord Hybrid? If you can, maybe let me know. See in the private chat. Kick me out. Lord Hybrid says kick me out. Okay, Lord Hybrid, I will kick you out. It looks like you already kicked yourself out. Okay. Very good. All right. Mouth Agape Ape writes, Hammerhand's channel just got nuked. Yeah. Yeah, I just heard that from Polska like 10 minutes ago. That sucks. That so sucks. They just, at this point, they won't even let him get past like 25,000. It's very sad. All right, Self-Made. Oh, hey, what's up, Self-Made? I see you, man. If you want to call in, man, call in. I finished up the interview, so now I'm just going to open up the stream to anyone and everyone. See what the good word is. Yes, hello, Lord Hybrid. Are you there, sir?
Yo, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I was enjoying your stream, man. Good conversation.
Yeah, right. Have you ever heard of Ja Rules?
Nah, I never heard of him.
Okay. I'm sure you've heard of the famous rapper Ja Rules, but of course, obviously. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I'm hearing some residual. Am I on speaker?
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe I can turn my computer down a little bit. I can hear you in my computer, but maybe I might have it too loud.
Okay.
All
right. We'll see. Anyway, yeah. So, what's good? What's the word? What's new? What's exciting? I have not visited your channel in a couple weeks.
Yeah, I haven't been doing much on the channel. But I'm gonna probably do something soon. I got some stuff together, so I'm gonna do something.
Can I get your opinion on Roe versus Wade? Is this a good thing?
I think it's a good thing, not based on my personal morals, whereas I'm anti-abortion, but not even about that. Just the fact that the government shouldn't have that type of power to make those decisions. Those should be state things. So really, it's just pushing it down to the state levels. It's not. It's saying the federal government can't do that. That's the way that our system is designed. So I think it's a good thing that they're correcting that mistake.
Okay. So I claim to be a little bit of a libertarian. I don't think I would get how can I put it? I don't think I would get an abortion if I ever got a woman pregnant. But I don't know. I just have this idea that if women want to abort their kids, I don't know that I should be able to take that right away from them. I know it's a hard issue, and I consider myself conservative, but I don't know. It's so ugly.
It's if it was only them, I would agree. But a lot of people believe once you are conceived, you have the right to exist because you're a life. Now, just because you're at that stage of your gestation or whatever, everybody has the right to do whatever they want to themselves, but to another human, I can kill myself, but I can't kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you. I don't know.
That person has rights, and that is a person. So, you gotta, if you don't want to create life, take the necessary steps to avoid the creation of life. But once you create a life, right, that life is a separate individual with rights. You don't have the right to kill that person. Right.
No, I hear you. In fact, that really strengthens your argument. The whole idea that there are so many ways now. There's probably more than a dozen. It's probably more than 15 different ways a woman can prevent getting pregnant. If she, I mean, it should be assumed if she wants to get an abortion that she didn't want the kid. If she didn't want the kid, why is she not taking any measure to prevent that? I understand that. I don't even know what to say. I don't know. If it was up to me, I would say it should be frowned upon, but it should not be illegal. But that's
Yeah,
just me. That's just me.
like I said, every person has rights. So just because a person is, it's just unfortunate that that person is living in your body. For women, they have to deal with that issue, and they feel we can't relate to it because we never experienced that. But at the same time, that's a person. So if you care that person, But like I said, me being happy about what happened is not about my personal feelings about abortion. I'm just saying our system, we're federalist, so it's supposed to be limited federal government
Sure.
and states having more power. So, like Biden ordered all of these mandates, and I was able to move to a state to where my state's rules, they didn't go with the federal recommendations. They didn't say you gotta wear this or take that. So
right. And I guess I agree with that. I like that. And I like how that adds character to the state. If you go to Texas, you don't have to wear a mask and you can carry a gun on your shoulder or on your hip. But in Illinois you can't do that. In a way I like that. I don't know.
That's what makes America. That's what makes America work, and that's what make America last. Is because there's not such centralized power, and so everybody can be themselves based on your state and regional culture. So yeah, man.
Sure.
That's I just think all it's gonna do is just change it to where certain states have it and certain states don't. So they can still get it.
I like that.
Yeah, if those good look. These damn bitches go all the way to Miami to get their fake butts. They go to the services that they want. Some of them go to the Dominican Republic. They go everywhere to get that stuff. So if they want to, this is another procedure. If you want to get it, you have to go to where they do it at.
Yeah, right. Now, I admit I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theorist. I think that there's a story behind the story. I think that the real reason that Roe v. Wade is being challenged now is because the same reason why the Chinese over in China why they're talking about reproduction issues. I think, all right, like for example, in China, they used to have a one-child policy. You could not legally have more than one child, but then women stopped having children, and they said, okay, you know what? We'll extend that. Now you can legally have 2 children. Okay, now it's gotten so bad, they've upped it to 3 children. Okay, now it's gotten so bad, they've taken away the limit, and now they're talking about outlawing vasectomies and abortions. Have you heard about this?
Really? I didn't hear about that. They're gonna outlaw vasectomies and abortions in China?
China, I think they already have. China has outlawed vasectomies for men.
Wow. I think they have like it's because they got that demographic problem, right? Like their population's gonna be too old, and then they ain't gonna be able to compete in the future.
That's what I think the worry is by these central planners. They say, okay, if not enough women have children, the tax base starts to shrink, and then this is going to cause all types of problems. And this is how I think they think of it. And I think this is how the American ruling elite, this is how I think they think of it. They say women are not having kids anymore. And we don't know exactly how to address this, but one way we can address it, one way we can promise that more children will be born is if we take away, if we dismantle, if we in any way try to start limiting women's ability to get abortions. That's what I think the story behind the story is.
So you think they you think the government wants to limit women's ability to get abortions, or you think the government wants them to have more abortions? What is it?
I think that the governments across the world are worried that the birth rate is falling too fast.
I see what you're saying. So China did it the hard way, straight and direct, and America trying to do it through the courts to get the same result.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine the United States government trying to pass a law saying that men cannot get a vasectomy because they just want you to have kids? I don't think that would go over too well.
I don't think so either.
Right. And I mean, it's so I don't know. That's just what I think. That's just what I think. But yeah, yeah. Either way, whatever. I hate communism. I support the right. So I let's just put it this way: when and if they get rid of Roe versus Wade, I'm not going to shed a tear. So
Yeah. See, I think what it is they need a political issue to get people upset. So they're gonna blame it on the conservatives. And so I now when I think about the shooting, this is one thought that came to mind, right? When
sure.
the white dude, I don't even know what happened. I just seen a headline, but some white supremacist dude or white racist guy went to shoot a bunch of black people and he killed some of them, like 10 of them, right? That's the dude. That's the
Yes,
story.
in Buffalo, New York. Right.
Okay, see, things like that, I feel as though could be, and I'm not saying I know for sure, put up by the government, because look at the two groups that they traditionally have who are going to be made to be emotional about these two incidents. Democrats always have black people. Democrats are in a bad position right now because they govern so terribly. They depend on
Oh,
black
sure.
people.
No, I agree.
They depend on black
Um,
people, and they depend on women, especially educated women, feminists, leftists, and all of these young women that went through college, which is most of them is all lefty crazies. So they're gonna take, those conservatives are gonna take your abortion away, your rights, and that white, those white
oh,
racists are still out there. Look, they just killed 10 black people just out of hate.
okay. I see what you're saying. So if I'm to understand you correctly, you're basically saying right now the Democrats are not looking too good, and they need to figure out a way to shore up support from their base.
Right.
So
Get them,
they
get them
created.
excited. Nothing is excited about Biden, so they want to get them emotionally charged up, so they know you got to press the racism thing with black people. So, so
So they create an incident.
they create incidents or highlight incidents that stir up those groups of people because they control the media. So it's like when it was around Biden time, they was, the same statistics that's been with cops killings of blacks and whites. The same statistics have not changed, over probably the last 20 years. Still mostly more white people getting killed, but they only showed the black ones to stir up the black people to make them, because they've been calling Trump a racist. Trump's always gonna
Sure,
support the cops. So just by
sure,
his
sure.
his
Right.
undying support of the cops, hey, he's racist. And they're racist and they're killing your people, but black people get killed all the time, but they just showed it and used it. So this is what they do.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. And when it comes, especially when it comes to things like gun violence, there's all these weird indiscrepancies. Like, for example, I live in Chicago. A ton of black people get shot by guns here, but you don't hear about it, or there will be a blurb on the local television news for 2 minutes, for 90 seconds, and then the story goes away. But it doesn't make national news like Trayvon Martin or this white guy. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name. If you remember his name, the
George
white.
something.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. I can't remember his name. I haven't actually looked it up. I just heard an 18-year-old white man or a white youth, 18 years old, shot up a black supermarket, killed 10 people with a rifle.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know that guy's name.
Yeah, okay. Well, the point is um, people get shot all the time. I agree with you. It seems like some cases are highlighted and others are swept under the rug. Um, and you said it yourself. Statistically, the majority of the people who get shot by police are white. And they're white men. They're white men specifically. More white men get shot than black men. But for some reason, there's this propensity if a black man gets shot, especially if he's unarmed, there's this chance that somehow, some way, it becomes this like national news story, and all these television news networks carry the story, and they play it up, and they try to fan the flames of racial division and try to make it a big story, and then they also try to say, oh, and we need to take your guns away, and just all this, you see that as well.
Democrats motivate their base through anger and emotionalism, and more conservatives is more about specific policies. Like the conservatives or the Republicans, there's a lot of bad Republicans, but the real conservatives issues are, law and order. That's policy. Like it's a lot more crime. Economics, taxes. They're usually for lower taxes, and fiscal responsibility or less government spending to reduce the tax burden on the citizenry. So whenever there's an election, just the Democrats have to come with something emotional. And this is the crazy thing. Now, remember the Black Lives Matter riots, right?
Sure. The last two summers, especially last summer.
9 times out of 10, when a white cop killed a black man, the black man was doing something bad, like resisting, or like George Floyd, God bless him, but he was high on everything. He was not cooperative, and he still didn't deserve to get done like that. But a lot of those times, these guys are running from the cops, fighting the cops, doing all types of things. But every time a cop kills a white cop killed a black man, a white cop who wasn't racist. Most of these cops were just regular cops. White cop kills black man. Black Lives Matter's march. Now, just last week, a white supremacist killed 10 black people. Where are they? They don't care about racist white men killing black people. They care about emotional issues so that it can be used politically. Because this is the ultimate thing they should be marching for. This man's admitted. None of those cops said, hey, I'm racist. This man made a manifesto, said, I'm a white supremacist and we need a race war. And he killed 10 black people by himself. Where they at?
Right. Where is Black Lives Matter? I don't know where they are. I think they're
in their mansion.
They just bought some mansions. Yeah, right. Yeah. I don't know. I'm at the point where I think that excuse me. I think that BLM or Black Lives Matter, I think that they're possibly like controlled opposition, or they're just a grifting enterprise that came in, they got what they could, and now they're kind of just I don't know, whatever, going back into the, I don't know. I think they're grifters.
Look, they exceeded their usefulness. They were useful for that point in time with that issue. The white cops killed unarmed black men. They were, I don't know why they were created, but they found their usefulness in that situation. They had the athletes, everybody, and now everybody they've been exposed as a total scam, and now nobody's gonna fund them because they're not useful anymore. Nobody needs them, and
right. Not to mention
they're tarnished.
They're tarnished, right? Remember, in the very beginning, at one point, I think they were enjoying over 80% approval rate by the American public. That's now down way below like 30%. It's like 20, 22, 24%, depending on what poll you look at. Most people don't openly support them anymore.
Hey, Cowboy, are you a white man?
Yes, I consider myself a white Hispanic male.
But if you do people, you think when people see you, they see a white man or they see like a Hispanic man?
A white man, white.
Is it do you feel it's changed being a white man in America? Is it different? Is it better? Is it worse? What's it like being white now? Being a white man?
I think white men feel that they're losing their country. I think that they feel that they're being dispossessed. Socially, in every way, financially, maybe not politically yet, but like financially and socially, and maybe culturally as well. They sort of feel like the white women have turned their backs. They've turned their backs on them. The white men are the butt of jokes. And then they feel like the white women have passed things like affirmative action, so every other ethnic group gets the shot at the job first, even if they're not necessarily qualified. And then and then I think this leads to like a resentment. So I think a lot of a lot of white men feel a lot of white men, they feel resentment towards towards everyone else, white women for promoting affirmative action. Maybe not so much black men, because slavery and maybe we feel guilty about that. But Mexicans or Chinese or anyone else that, let's say, would benefit from affirmative action, they don't like that. They feel like what the hell, what do I owe you? So yeah, that's how I would answer that.
Have you ever had a conversation with another white man where it was just you and that white man or other white men about that?
Yeah,
Where you could just talk
absolutely.
freely? And what kind of stuff did you hear from that? Anything that sticks out in your mind that you heard from your white guys?
Sure, yeah. They talk about it all the time. How white women have become anti-American. They always promote uh, policies that are not good for the native population here, whether they be any race. For example, like mass immigration. You know, um, White women want to get their topiaries, cut on a regular basis for a cut rate. So they bring in all these Mexicans. But how does that help the local economy? It depresses wages. It's the men here. They don't vote for mass immigration, but the women do. And then they feel there's just everything bad. I know it's uncomfortable to talk about, but yeah, they feel like we feel like we're being genetically, racially displaced, socially displaced. So I'd say, yeah, resentment. We don't like it.
Is now if you have any of your white friends who have resentment towards black men, what are their resentments? I mean, it doesn't bother me. I just want to know, like, really what white men really think, because I think white men are scared to say certain things because of the
Sure, of
situation, and
course.
and I understand how they feel, and I understand. I would probably feel that way if I was a white man. You know what I mean? Um, but for those of them who do have some resentment towards blacks or black men or black people, what kind of resentments have you heard? I'm just curious.
When it comes to blacks, I'd say that there's less resentment, if you will, against the blacks. I think there's this idea that, or at least among white men, talking about white men, I don't think white men feel particular. I don't think they perceive feeling threatened by black men. I think the big perception of threat is coming from what you can call like the Mexican, the brown guys, the Mexicans, the Spanish speaking. They feel like, wow, they come here in all these large numbers and they're having lots of children, and um, you know, so they feel like, again, they're being dispossessed. Um, yeah, I think there's this idea among white men that like black men have, I don't want to say fully assimilated, but that they are fully assimilated. They speak English. Um, I don't know how to put it. They're more accepted. I don't know how to put it. Um, and then also I think that even though that is the case, on like a social level, I think a lot of white men they would still not want their daughters, their white daughters, to marry black men. They want their daughters to marry other white men. You know, does that make any sense?
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that.
And I think that that's so I have multiple. I think that that's the case for multiple reasons. One, you could say one is good old fashioned racism. It's racism. You can call it that. I think all of it is. I think part of it is also perceived, like a perceived loss of social class. So, like if their daughter has a half black child, they think that child will like not have as good of a life. The kid will be considered black. The kid will encounter racism, or whatever you want to call it, social ostracism, and that the wider white community might not the wider white community won't accept it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I can understand that.
Hey, I'm a white man. I can speak on this.
Please do.
Hey, what's up? Is this Ghost?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Ghost?
What's up, man? But what's the gentleman's name that asked the question about what's it like being a white man today? What's your name?
Lord Hybrid. You could just call me Hybrid.
Hybrid. Are you a Mgtow?
I started as one.
Okay. Well, yeah. I was gonna say, like, being a Mgtow myself, like, I feel like being a white man in this current hatred of white men, it made it easier for me to go Mgtow than it probably would have if it wasn't this way. You know what I'm saying? It's like not only do you have the family courts holding you down, it's like society as a whole hates you not only for being a man, but it hates you for being a white man now, because it's become this sort of like in an attempt to end racism, it's almost like they switched the racism to a different race. Like it used to be like blacks were the minority that were discriminated against, to where now they've just switched it over to the white man. And for me as a white guy that lives in this society, I never owned a slave. So I don't feel guilty for any of that shit, but I have to bear the grunt of being hated for being white. And I don't give enough of a fuck about this society as a Mgtow to even pretend like I give a shit if I'm liked for being white or not. So I feel like a lot of white guys probably feel that way. Like I'm not an extremist like that dude that shot up all those black people. That's fucked up. I'm not for that, but I could see how if somebody has already got a few screws loose, the way shit is in the world today, we're probably going to see more of that, because white men are hated, and society's basically made it like known that white men especially, but white men on top of it, this feminist society we live in has made it known that we're not wanted. So a lot of guys are going to lose their shit.
So I think especially if the economy goes down, real down. I agree with you. I think we will see more things like this, violence, shootings, this kind of thing. And I agree with you. I think, although it's not spoken about too much, I think this is the dominant opinion of most white men. What Ghost Mgtow just said. We feel like it's turned into like a reverse racism, and because of that, there's like a growing resentment of white men.
No, I'm afraid of that, man, because I just don't want, anytime a group is held down or discriminated against, it can breed extremism. And like the guy that did what he did, and I wanted to ask my man, do you feel as though the way society is going now is it breeding racism within you, like making you racist?
I'll be honest, man. At one point, I was a white nationalist, and I used to think like that. but I've realized that was a tactic of the Democrats. They want white men acting crazy like that so they can use them as a scapegoat to push their agendas. And when I realized that, and then I became a Mgtow, and I realized the real problem is gynocentrism and feminism, that if you're a based and red pill black dude, you're on the same page as me, because the world's going to hate you just as much as they hate me for being white if you're, not on the Democrat plantation. Or, and I'm not a Republican either. It's just right now the Democratic Party is the party that's pulling all the, communist division bullshit.
Yeah, man. The politics are very toxic, and I just hate the way they're abusing anything that's divisive, whether it be race or sexual or gender. Every point of possible division, they just prey on it and magnify it and focus on those differences to make people dislike and be disagreeable with each other, so they can rule in the chaos and steal all the money. So it's just like,
There you go. I agree with
terrible.
that.
Yeah, it's terrible because I don't want to feel that I'm resented, and I don't want to resent anybody. And I don't think we have to. We just can't. I just don't listen to them.
Yeah.
Focus on what I'm doing, and I deal with everybody in the real world.
Yeah, people got to quit listening to the media, because they're trying to turn everybody against each other, so that it's just divide and conquer tactics. And unfortunately, there's a lot of stupid people that fall for it, and it works. So
Hybrid, Ghost, and
Well,
Cowboy. How are you, fellas?
Let me say this. Oh, Angler. I'm sorry. Angler, what's up? Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go for it, bro. Your channel. You're the captain. Go.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I will say this though. As incendiary as this may sound, I don't want to be called racist for what I'm about to say, but I'll just say it. I think that whatever you can call it tribalism. Before the word racism, it was called tribalism. Essentially, I'll just come out and say it. I think that everyone is racist. Let me explain. Just take a second. Okay. I think everyone is racist, or every group is racist. I think every group sees itself as an identity.
Well, hey, Cowboy, can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
I would.
No,
say,
it's okay. Go ahead.
I would say that everybody's tribalistic. I wouldn't say that everybody's racist.
Right. I understand that. But see, the problem is, I see those two words as meaning the same thing, except when you use the word racism, all of a sudden everyone gets scared and paranoid because, frankly, because we've been trained to think that way.
Well, yeah, and I do, and then the reason is because that word is the word they use to fuel the bullshit.
Well, let him finish his point, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That was almost it. The long story short is, I don't think racism is going away at all. I think everyone is racist. White people want to look out for white people. Black people want to look out for black people. The Chinese, they're looking out for themselves. I know the internet is forever. I have to be very careful about what I say. But yeah, I'll stick my neck out that far and make that statement. And I think that it's always been that way. I think the real problem is when you start taking away people's rights. Essentially, I say let the ethnic groups compete, let them, and some, let me put it this way: let the different racial and ethnic groups compete. The real problem is once you start passing laws taking away one group's rights, making sure black people can't sit on the front of a bus, or passing a law saying a black man cannot marry a white woman. Or a black man can't own a business. Or I guess nowadays it's the other way around. Maybe passing laws saying that white men we need to hire every other ethnic group or racial group except a white man. White men they're not welcome as candidates for a new job application or something like that. Whenever you start explicitly targeting one group by taking away their political power, That's where things get here. That's where people will start killing each other. Anyway, go ahead.
Sure.
Well, I would say that I kind of agree with what you're saying, but I wouldn't say that everyone's racist. I would say that everyone is selfish. Like I like everybody in the panel, but I like me more. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I can help you all, I will.
Right, I understand that. I understand that. What I'm saying is that naturally tends to lead to race because you extrapolate that out. Like, okay, you care about yourself more than you care about me, but isn't it fair to say you care about your family typically, your kith and your kin, your family more than you care about someone else, even if they're white or you're white, assuming you're white,
but
they're white.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I think what makes things fucked up in the world today is that they're trying to push multiculturalism. They're trying to force us all to get along, and it's creating cultural racial tension. When
I
agree.
Yeah, I think that's a huge problem. Yes.
Like exactly.
So then what's the solution? Should we partition off? Florida, black people can take Florida. Give Mexicans back the state of Texas.
I'm not
the white people can have the Midwest.
I'm not a separatist, but I mean, if let's say hypothetically, if all the different races all came together and decided, yeah, we don't want to be around each other, I guess, yeah, that would be the best way to do it, is to section off territories. But I think the problem is not the tribalism and the race thing. I think the problem is that we have a government that basically uses our differences against each other to maintain power. And if they weren't doing that, we all would get along.
Goes back to what you said about culture too. That being forced together, I think, is a huge problem. Now, I think culture is very important for whoever the people are in this world. I mean, that's what molds them as people. But with it being crammed together like this, like forced together, I think it creates a big level of people being uncomfortable, instead of, being invited to somebody else's culture, being like, hey, I think you're all right. Why don't you come in and see what I'm about? And then the next time, you say, okay, I think you're all right. Why don't you come and see what I'm about? It's not like that. It's just all crammed together, and it's not allowed to unfold in a natural way.
Right. And I feel like if it was allowed to unfold in a natural way, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, because it didn't used to be like this, dude.
Right.
So
I think. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I think it's all government doing on purpose, because the biggest demographic in America is white people, and they, the government, sees that as a threat. So they're going to try to use everybody else against the biggest demographic to make sure that there isn't an uprising, because
yes, I agree. You use the rights of the minority to control the majority. Right. That's what white supremacy is about. White supremacy. I listen to these politicians and they're like, "Oh my God, white supremacy, white supremacy," and I look, and the person saying it is a white person, and all the people in the room are white politicians. Yeah, these people in the top echelons of power, their power is supreme, and they're white, and they're talking about white people being supreme and how that's bad. And I'm asking myself, what the hell are they talking about?
Well,
I've become convinced.
In this country, not that long ago. I mean, long for us as far as age goes in our life expectancy. But who were the ones that once overthrew these people?
I'm sorry. What do you mean? The Americans conquering from the Indians?
No, a lot of white people. I know there were some black people on board with that, but for the majority, a lot of white people overthrew the people that once tried to have a dictatorship over us. So maybe they're still a little rattled by that. I don't know.
Oh, wait, you're talking about the American colonists and the British?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what this is all about. It's all about, it's not white or black or thing or anything like that. It's government versus the people. The government wants power over us, and we don't want them to have power over us. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. Ultimately, I agree with that. But I think that like there are also competing interests. Like, okay, even if what you say is true, and I agree with you, like, it's the biggest conflict is between the people and the government. That's true. But let's say we tackled that and we conquered that. We beat back the government. We reestablished a limited government, low taxes, constitutional republic. Okay,
Mhm.
I think people would still act in what you could call a racist manner, a tribalistic manner. Um, whites would prefer to live with whites, and the Mexicans would prefer to live with Mexicans, and the blacks and the Chinese, and so on and so forth. So I think that'll always be there. So I think you have to keep all that in mind. So yeah, I guess you're right. It's the big fight is between the government and the people.
Yeah, the race thing, that's not a bad thing. Like being tribalistic and wanting to be around like-minded people that are in your race or your tribe, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's important. That's heritage. I mean, that's your history.
Right.
Well, but there are some people that say that that's not important, and that in fact we should get rid of that idea. You
Well,
understand?
everyone's entitled to their own opinion, but I think the open-mindedness that we're having here, that we agree that heritage and culture is important, heavily outweighs the fucking naysayers.
All right. Let me give you an example. I think I agree with most of what you're saying. Okay, look at Chicago. Chicago is 1/3 white, 1/3 black, 1/3 Mexican. Like quite literally, it is like it really is. It's like 30%, 30%, 30%, whatever. And there's a spatter of Asians and a spatter of Indians, and it is basically 1/3 white, 1/3 black, 1/3 Mexican. Well, sure, it's fair to say, we all live in the city together, and that's true, we do. And we all commerce together, and we all do, we do, to a certain extent. But if you look closer, what you see is the north side is white, the west side is black, and the south side is mixed, but mostly Mexican. That's
Okay.
the real deal. That's just how it is. Oh, well, there's some black people on the west side too. Yeah, there is. There's also some white people on the west side, but it's like 95% black. And the same thing for the south side. There are neighborhoods that are like 95% Mexican. There are neighborhoods in the north side that are 90% white. And it's just I think it's
I think it's a familiarity thing, man. Because like I could be around a bunch of based, red-pilled Mgtow black guys and get along with them fine, but like in a shit hit the fan situation, I'm probably going to gravitate towards my own biological family.
Agree.
Even if I don't even like them. It's just
I agree.
I agree.
And this is something that's so ugly to look at, to talk about. I normally don't talk about it, but you guys know sometimes I don't mind talking about it. In a shit hits the fan situation, in what you could call a civil war, uprising, food shortage, famine, and natural disaster, I think the races will immediately become hostile towards each other. And I know that sounds racist. I don't want to sound racist. I'm just being honest. Like and I don't even think it would be a natural disaster. Oh no, a meteor hits the earth. No. Imagine like a complete economic breakdown. I could definitely see a rise in racial violence, and it will largely fall. It will largely divide along racial lines. I'm sorry to say it. I'm telling you.
No.
Well, I mean, we're all men here.
Logically, Cowboy, I agree with that. I think that would be the initial onset. Maybe after enough bloodshed and everything, people would get their shit together and realize we all got to live together on this big ball together. But yeah, I think that would be the initial onset. It'd almost be like a leg jerk reaction or like a panic response. And yeah.
See, you find out the real. I mean, if you look at the prisons, as soon as you go to prison,
there you go.
You go with your race, because you gotta be, because the shit will pop off, and you can't trust nobody else. But in America, to be honest with you, man, I think that if the society, the institutions broke down and everything ain't good like we used to as Americans, I don't think it'll first segment based on race. Just from my experience of being in the world, interacting with people, you know, I interact with people based on my agreed upon ideals, I would say. So, for example, you know, I deal with a lot of farmers. I buy my food from farmers. I go to farmers markets all the time, and I got an old black dude, who's I've been buying food from for decades, and I got white guys, and I've been buying food from these guys for decades. But the black dude, he's like super left, anti-Trump. I was a Trump supporter, and ideal wise, I related more to the white dudes, and I was closer friends. I'm close friends with the black dude, but I spent more time and talked about business and stuff like that. Like I was interested in farming myself and buying land with the white dudes. And I think
Okay.
when,
What I would say to that is I think you're right on in small communities, but in
right
big cities,
yeah, big cities it'll be different. Yeah, you're right. I agree
I
with
think
you on that.
so. I'm sorry if I may correct myself. In big cities, I think it will largely divide between racial and ethnic lines and religious, even a little bit, you know. But yeah, maybe in smaller communities, probably less so. It will fall more upon: are you a Republican or are you a Democrat? Are you right of center or left of center? I guess I agree with you because and I
Yeah.
think it's because in smaller communities there's more of a sense of community in smaller towns. It's not like that in Chicago. In Chicago, you don't give a shit. You see someone on the side of the highway, you just drive past.
Yeah,
But I mean,
that's a good point.
but in the city, I'm gonna be honest with you. See, as a black person, I'm in a different kind of position. You know what I mean? Because if
I would say you're in the worst position as a black man, especially as a young black man.
I would say not because, like, a white guy by himself is probably not safe in an all black neighborhood the same way a black man would be safe in an all white neighborhood.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
Let's let
In a normal, or go ahead. Go ahead.
let's let him finish his point.
Go ahead, bro.
You still
Ghost.
there?
Go ahead. Bro.
Oh,
Yeah, go
me?
ahead. Go. Yeah, you,
Oh,
bro.
I thought we were waiting on hybrid. Oh, okay, my bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were we waiting on hybrid?
Oh,
That's what I was waiting on. I kind of
Yeah.
seemed like
Oh, yeah.
he
Okay.
got
Go
cut
ahead.
off
Go
there.
ahead,
So
hybrid.
I thought
okay, I didn't know if you was waiting on me or the other gentleman. No, but what I'm saying as a black man is that if we're in the cities and we treat based on race, my race is the violent race. My race is the race that does most of the crime. My race does a lot of crime on its own people. So for me to retreat towards my race might not be so safe. Is like for me, like with you white dudes, you be safer with your own dudes. With me and my dudes, I wouldn't feel safe with them. I don't want to. I don't. I live in a white conservative community. I don't want to live in the black community because I don't feel safe there. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, if the society breaks down, the people gonna have to organize based on. I know in the city it's gonna be a real ugly thing. I get out the city, but in a lesser big community, you know, you got this, I got that. You can do something I need, I can do something you need, because we're gonna have to do community economics. We're gonna have to keep our little community going. So it's not. It's about who can give me what I need and who needs what I produce.
Sure.
right, actually coming together as a community and working together. Yeah.
I just think the media broadcasted view of America isn't the real America. You know
No,
what I'm
it's
saying?
fucked, man. It's completely fucked.
well,
It's a complete lie of what they're broadcasting.
well, I was gonna say, like, okay, so basically, because of what hybrid just said, it's like you're in the same boat as us, dude. Like, we don't feel safe in the black neighborhoods either. So if even the
Yeah,
black,
I wanted to touch on that. Go ahead, Ghost.
well, if even the black guys are saying it themselves, it's like that's the real issue. Is it's like obviously like hybrid, he's not the majority that I'm talking about, but the problem in America is the ghettos and the welfare state, and you're not allowed to talk about it without being called racist. But that's the real issue.
Right.
Yeah,
And
that's a good point, too.
that's why you're not allowed to talk about it, so that it could perpetuate itself, so it continues the status quo. So I
Right.
wanted to mention what you said, Ghost. You said right now, or let's say in a non shit hits the fan scenario, white men are more in danger for their personal safety in a black neighborhood than a black man is in a white neighborhood. I agree with that statement. I absolutely agree.
I
Right
agree
now
with that too.
yeah, and it's very unfortunate, but it's true, and that's because there is still racial tension. No matter, I don't care what anyone says.
Right, but
I would not
the
feel,
racial tension is coming from black men towards other
yes,
black men and white men. White men aren't really like the minority of racist white men are the ones that you see on the news. Those are the ones they're going to blow up and make it seem like most of us are like that. Most white men are not violent murderers like that.
No, and unfortunately, this whole scenario is being driven by an outside factor. You know, back to the media and back to what these. You know, I preach it all the time, and I will continue to preach it. I don't care if it annoys anybody, but we have psychopaths, sociopaths, narcissists, Machiavellian type people, and you know, somebody tonight that I talked to, they talked about solipsism, but we have these mental disorders at the top of the at the top of society right now. You know, those people get there for a reason. They're not afraid to step on necks. They're not afraid to hurt people, and that's how they get to places of power. And they're not right in the fucking head. And this, obviously, look at society. If they were right in the head, society would not look like it does right now.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where good men are going to have to start doing bad things. That's just
that's
what
right.
it is.
Well, it is, but only when you're willing to cross that Rubicon. Let me read this comment real quick because I wanted to finish up my thought on this. Onabak Ugbu writes, I am a black guy. I'm safer in a white neighborhood than a black neighborhood. Okay, so just to finish that thought, I wanted to reiterate it. I think right now, when times are, I don't know how to say this. When times are good, when in a non shit hits the fan scenario, I think a black man is less safe. I'm sorry, a white man is less safe in a black neighborhood than a black man is safe in a white neighborhood. However, I think in a shit hits the fan scenario, that would dissolve away. That would go away. And I think a black man would actually no. Please let me finish. Okay, I'll just say it again. Right now, a black man would be in more danger physically for his personal safety. He should fear for his personal safety more in a black neighborhood than a black man would in a white neighborhood. But in a shit hits the fan scenario, I think it would become extremely dangerous for let's say a lone black man in a white neighborhood, or for that matter, for a Mexican neighborhood, even more so in the Mexican neighborhood. And I claim to know. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So we basically got this is awesome that we're having this conversation civilly, first of all. But
I agree. This is some deep shit. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's a scary conversation, but if you guys want to have it, I don't care. I don't show my face.
Well, it's cool because the white guys and the black guys, we're all being civil, having it. Like, it's a conversation that needs to happen.
Yep.
But I'm seeing we got two black guys openly admitting that they don't feel safe in their own neighborhoods. So we all can agree that the problem is coming from the black community. Like, even the black men are saying it themselves. So it's like, okay, I'm looking at it from like when you're in a prison gang or something. If you don't do what the gang tells you, then the gang is gonna fuck you up. So you have to fuck if the gang wants you to stab somebody from a rival gang and you don't do it, you're gonna get stabbed by the gang. So I'm seeing these guys coming from the black community saying they're scared, and I'm saying, okay, now this is hypothetically speaking, and this is gonna sound fucked up. You want to roll with the white boys because you feel safer. You're gonna have to fucking deal with the problem over there. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're not gonna.
What do you mean? What do you mean you got to deal with the problem over there? You have to start policing.
I'm just, you can't run away from the terroristic, violent blacks. Like, somebody's gonna have to fucking deal with them.
Okay. So let me give you an example. You guys remember all in the news? You guys remember in the news all this Asian hate, all these racially based hate crimes against Asian people?
Yeah, it trended for a few months. Yeah.
And there were, nationwide, there were, there was an uptick statistically. Do you know that like 99% of the people assaulting the Asians are young black men?
Yep.
Yeah, right. It's not Jews, it's not some young Jewish guy like, I'm just gonna go attack some Chinese woman, or it's not Miguel, the young Mexican dude working at restaurant coming in attacking old Miss Han. It's a young black man. So
I think
there's racial aspects.
I'm sorry, Cowboy. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think we're only scratching the surface of the topic here. Are any of you, the three of you here, or anybody in the chat? I can't see the chat, but can any of you tell me back verbatim what Lyndon Baines Johnson said about black people when he became president?
Yes, those were hidden tapes that later became public. I'm not going to use the N-word. I'm not going to use the N-word. He basically said we're going to have those N-word guys. We're going to have those hitters voting Republican for the next 200 years.
No, voting
Democrat.
Or, I'm sorry. Did I say Republican?
Yeah.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Right, that's what I meant. LBJ was a Democrat. That's what I meant. I'm sorry. He says something like almost verbatim. We're gonna have those guys. We're gonna have those hitters voting Democrat or voting Democratic, voting for the Democratic Party. I can't remember verbatim. I'm sorry. For the next 200 years. Right. He admitted.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. Now this stuff has been going on for a long time. Now way back before any of us were born. I'm talking great grandparents. Way back when the country was just founded and everything. The blacks in the South, they were typically Republican, and that's what they went out and they lobbied for. And when the Democrats would catch them, they'd fucking hang them from a goddamn tree. When they were out trying to promote, Republican and libertarian, that kind of ideology, about a free republic, a constitutional republic.
I know. I say it all the time. The Democratic Party, the Democratic Party is the party of the Klan.
Yes, they are. They most certainly are.
Abraham Lincoln was a Republican.
See, that's what this is the history I try to talk to people like my dad, who's in his early 70s, and I'm like, he's so hardcore Democrat and left, but he watches CNN all day. So whatever's on CNN, that's what he thinks, and it's hard to be able to reason with him and tell him history. Right. And I have a portrait of Abraham Lincoln on my wall, and I have that because back in the 40s and up until Lincoln's time, all black Americans had a picture of Abraham Lincoln on their wall. That was our next to Jesus. That was our thank you. Yeah, black people, to the brother, because he did a lot for black people, and he did a lot for this country. And I told my pops, I was like, Pops, do you understand that the Republican Party was started to stop the expansion of slavery? That's the purpose for the Republican Party being started.
That's right.
And they just can't hear it. I was like, we got set free by a Republican. I just give him the facts, but he can't accept the facts in it. I asked my pops, I said, Pops, you know who's the most powerful black man in America? He scratched his head. I don't know, son. I said, Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas? He's not a black man.
Oh,
this is So a big part of black people's problem is they've been programmed with bad information.
Yeah, it seems from the outside, it seems like you're not really black unless you're a Democrat. Like that's the mindset they have.
That's what Biden said.
Right,
Oh
right.
Christ!
That's
Yeah,
what Biden-
they're
that's what
calling
Biden
black
said,
people white supremacists because they're not Democrats now. I mean, it's getting fucking insane.
Well, it all comes back to because like what's the common denominator with the black struggle and the white struggle? It all goes back to too much government and women having too much rights.
Yep.
It always leads to bullshit. Now it's on like they started doing it with the black communities, but now it's spread across the whole nation. So now white guys and black guys, we're all in the same boat. In like 50 years, you're not going to be safe in a black neighborhood or a white neighborhood because the whole fucking country is going to be a ghetto.
Yeah. Have you guys heard of Larry Elder? Larry
Oh,
Elder. Yeah.
Hell
okay.
yeah, I know it, Larry Elder.
Didn't
he run for California governor?
Yes, yes. I was just about to say that. I was just about to bring up that race. So he was being attacked as having internalized white supremacy. That was one of the
Yes.
I mean, but that's not. He doesn't even talk about that. When you listen to him talk, he's talking about money. He's talking about economics. He's talking about limited government, lowering taxes.
Mm-hmm.
But the people who oppose him are like, oh well, racism, race. He's black. White people, racism. It's just like, they can't even stick. He doesn't even talk about that. He talks about mostly economic issues, but they just keep throwing race. It's like a wrench. They just keep throwing a wrench in the machinery
over
trying
and over.
to fuck up the
Yeah,
machine.
they just repeat it so much it just becomes the normal. Yeah, I mean repetition. I mean that can affect psychology if you're not aware of what's going on.
Yes, and what I'm saying is, I'm sorry to say it, or I'm sorry to word it this way. In a way, I think the Democrats are the actual racist party, and they want to constantly remind us of the race to try to how can I put it? I'm sorry, I'm sort of becoming emotional right now. It's very sad. I think
Brainwash, basically.
again, I'll just say it like this. I think we're all racist. I just think that Democratic people are way more racist, and Republican types or right of center people are less racist. We are primarily concerned with small government, limited government, if you want to call it that, freedom for all people, so individual rights. And the left is not interested in that. They're more interested in all the stuff we talk about: women's rights, collectivism, high taxes, taking away our guns, no freedom of speech.
You just touched on it right there, man. It really ain't about right and left. There's actually a trichotomy. It's collectivists, absolutists, and individualists.
Right. Oh, Ghost. Wow, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with what you just said. I first heard that from Mark Passio. I also heard it very well put from, you know who Turd Flinging Monkey is?
Yeah, that's where I heard it from.
Okay, right. He talks about it as well. It is much, but see, people of the left, when you confront them with that, they become scared because I think that they know that that's actually a very accurate description of the political landscape. So they try to confuse us using a Foursquare. Have you seen their version of a Foursquare where they claim that there is such a thing as a leftist libertarian?
Right. Yeah.
TFM has spoken about that.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem. Is we're looking at the graph. We're not even looking at the right graph.
Yeah.
It's a trichotomy.
I think
trichotomy.
Yeah, I think anymore the right and the left has become two things. One, I think it's become a huge distraction, and it's also just become a way for them to easily divide us, and therefore control us easier by doing so.
Yeah, like both, like the Republicans and the Democrats, they both don't give a fuck about any of us.
Fuck no, they don't.
Like I said before, the real issue is that, like, first of all, like the real problem, if you break it down in its simplest form, it isn't even the people versus the government. It's feminism and simps, which simps are under the same umbrella as feminists.
Mhm.
It's basically feminism versus the red pill. That's the real energy that's at war here. All this other shit is just
So
different
really,
versions of it.
Yeah,
so you think you think all politics basically stems from the divide between men and women?
I think it stems from the divide of good and evil, and the spirit of the woman is evil.
Ha ha. Yeah, no, I think that's I. Do you know who Paul Elam is?
oh yeah,
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Paul Elam of a voice for men. He recently stepped down, by the way.
Yep.
And I'm actually trying to get him on my show. I'm actually trying to get him on my. I want to do a live stream with him. I may decide
that
to
would be
actually throw
awesome, dude.
a small donation. Yeah, well, his channel has over 100,000 subscribers, so that may do some. I may. We'll see what I can do. And by the way, if I can give all you guys a quick hint, or if I can drop a quick I don't even know what it's called. In less than 2 weeks, so maybe in just under 2 weeks, or maybe in 1 week, I'm going to have on my channel a world famous scientist. I'm not gonna. It's gonna be a surprise. I have contacted, and I've been contacted by a world class scientist that I'm in communication with now, and he happens to be a staunch Mgtow, and he's agreed to come on my channel. And I'm trying to also get what's his name, Hammerhand, to come on. Excuse me, my voice. I'm gonna need to go ahead, take over. I'm gonna get something to drink.
Hey, Hybrid, if you bought your father a book, do you think he would read it?
No.
No. Oh, I was going to recommend one, but yeah.
Recommend
I
it for
got
me
mine
though.
for like
What
$2
book is
on
it?
Amazon? So, huh?
Recommend it for me. What's the book?
The State of Jones.
What's it about?
It's about this guy was a medic in the Confederacy during the Civil War, and he deserted. You know, he didn't believe in what was going on, and he started helping, you know, local farmers and people like that, because the Confederate army would come through and they would just loot their fucking houses and take all their shit. And these people aren't fighting; they're just trying to survive. But he started. That's where he started at. He started helping, you know, these local farmers and ranchers fight back, and then eventually he started helping out with slavery. And he married an ex-slave, but it got to the point where him and his people, they were going out and you know, these plantation owners, you know, they would rob these little black kids. And these motherfuckers would just run right up on the property while they were working and snatch them up and get them out of slavery. One thing that really stuck out to me was the whole voting thing, how they cheat. And like we were just talking about a little bit earlier, you know, how the blacks were actually, you know, Republican voters, and that's what they lobbied for. And it would just, I'm talking about the movie now. There's a movie and a book. The movie is called The Free State of Jones. The book is called The State of Jones, but it's the same thing. And they would go into these voting stations and basically get threatened by these Democrat thugs, you know, that they would not take their votes. And yeah, it's kind of eye-opening how long this shit has actually been going on, and the lie that's been told.
See, that's the conversation. I had a buddy, a YouTube buddy named Mufasa Shabazz, used to be on my channel a lot. And I remember he's real, especially early. I think I kind of affected him with my thinking and our conversations on YouTube, but he was real pro-black. I'm African, you know, wearing African stuff and long dreads and stuff. And he was real pro-black. And I was like, we did a debate, you know, and on my channel called I'm Not Black First, I'm American First.
Mm-hmm.
And we just went at it. But one of the things I noticed about his mind was, and what I'd see coming from the media when we talk about America's past, even during the time of slavery, it's the whites back then are predicted that every white person was racist slave owners that hated black people. There's no, you could tell it's not accurate because there's no whole group of bad people or a whole group of good people. There's, all kind of different peoples of each race. So
Exactly.
so they're teaching from the perspective like all of even if some of the great American leaders and founders were slave owners, that doesn't mean they were bad people. You know what I mean? That was the time, that was going on.
Yep.
It doesn't mean that me as a black man, I can't admire something about anybody. I admire General Lee. I admire George Washington. He spent his whole life fighting for the country. He's a real soldier and the first president. So I think they give you such a limited view, and they're trying to make America hate America's roots and not telling the whole story. It's manipulation to me.
Man, you said that perfectly well. And that's exactly what it is. It's manipulation. And I agree with you. That's just how it was back in the day. And people are constantly changing and constantly evolving. We're not like that anymore. And I don't know. I guess that's all I got to say about that.
See, look, for me, I can't have these conversations with black women. So, cause I try, like, if I just express a different political view, black women just go ballistic. It's happened to me several times. So that's why I don't even talk to women casually.
I bet you can get a word in, can you?
They just fizzle out and then they get mad and they're mad. You know what I mean? Like, look, you white dudes complaining. Let me tell you something. The most discriminated people in America are black conservatives. Black people hate us. White liberals hate us, but white conservatives love us. When I meet white conservatives and they understand my mind and I understand, they know I'm not racist and I love America and I'm a Christian. It's like they love me. They're the only people that's not racist against me.
Well, hey, let me see. I'm a former tradcon, so like I'm one of those guys that appreciates a black conservative because I know how like influential you are towards that movement. But since I've become a Mgtow dude, like I've kind of started thinking that we're not going to get any real change through the government and the laws. I'm thinking that
Hell no, we're not.
I don't think until all conservative men get on the same page that the police are not our friends, we're never going to see anything change. Because let's be honest, the ultimate form of authority is violence. And as long as the government has the police thinking that the masses of men support them, they can do whatever they want. But if it gets known that most productive, strong men are not for the police, that is the only way we're ever in unity. I'm talking about like strong black men and strong white men together, making it known that we do not see the police as our friends. We're never going to see any social or political change for the better.
No, I'm not sure that's exactly the right route or the right way of thinking, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm going to be the one to say it. This is almost like saying something like a Walt, but excuse me. Not all the police are like that. I live in a small town. The cops here, they're pretty straight, man. I mean, they help people. They do what they can to not have to take them to jail. I mean, and they're friendly. They're not a bunch of fucking stormtroopers.
Well,
but but in other parts of the country, I know that it's like that.
Well, I'm saying even though they may not be like that right now because shit might be running smoothly, but if the government and the people in positions of power that we have now continue to go on the path they're going, eventually they're going to make these cops do shit that these cops don't want to do, and they're going to do it.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's what they did to the doctors.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not anti-police. And
I'm not either, man. But we are in a war, man. It's just not. It's not led yet. You know what I'm saying? This is a war, dude. We are in war.
Right now, it's very psychological.
Yes, it's a psychological war at this point, and I'm saying psychologically, the men need to get on the same page and let this government know that if we have to, we will come together against the authorities.
Just like we did 200 some years ago.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you what, that's all it would take. That's all it would take. Something that simple. And sometimes it frustrates me that it's not happening, because it could be so simple. In one day, boom, snap your fingers, men together, you got your sidearm, you got your rifle, we're marching on you, and now we're going to tell you what's up.
Yeah.
See, that's why I think it's important. That's why I think it's important for us to, if things break down, we can't resort to our fears and our animalistic, our animal brain in terms of, aligned by, race, because just that racial bond is not going to be strong enough. The people who fought to liberate this country fought on ideals, and you hear those stories about those guys fighting with George Washington, walking in snow with their feet bleeding and all kind of stuff, not getting paid for months and still fighting.
Right. It wasn't because they were white.
It wasn't because they was white. You have to be. It has to be our ideals and our love, and for whatever we fighting for, whatever it is.
They had a purpose.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying is, like, all based and red-pilled men across the board got to get on the same page, just like they did back then. Because, I mean, we all know that the government's like ridiculous. The government we have today should have been overthrown 50, 60 years ago.
You're being too kind.
Yeah, probably more. That's just as far back as my understanding goes.
But I also think I'm seeing it now. The Mgtow and the red pill community is absolutely exploding right now. Of course, we're going to have people coming in that, we don't necessarily want in, but those numbers are completely overshadowed by the numbers of the good people that are coming in. And there's a lot of conversation happening. So I think it's going in the right direction. Obviously, it's not something that we can push, but it's something, that we can keep supporting, and it's something's happening within Mgtow and the Manosphere right now. Like it's fucking blowing up, bro.
Yeah, I think it's growing more than the people that originated it thought it would ever get. I think they thought it would always be an underground thing, but I think the world's getting so ridiculous that it's growing faster than anybody expected it to.
Yep.
Which is a good thing.
Where the women are the primary fertilizer into making this crop grow.
Yeah. The more insufferable they get, that's more men that are just going to be like, I'm done with this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're forcing us out, and then we're actually finding out that it's better without them.
Right.
Yep, they're making us stronger. That's a good point, man. Yep.
That might be them shooting, like, the whole feminist left communist thing. It might be them shooting themselves in the foot. They like underestimated how annoying they were. Like, people would rather die than deal with them. And that might be what creates like the revolution.
And what they're doing now, they're just showing how immature they are. I mean, they're toddlers in adult bodies. The more they're getting pissed off at us doing this, and the more they're throwing their temper tantrums and, talking shit about us, it's just, they're showing their ass. We gotta muscle through that part, but eventually they're going to be seen as these fucking people are just crazy.
Yeah, Amber Heard, like her being exposed for what she really is, that's a huge thing for men in the West, because that's the first time I've seen in a long time where a woman was actually being criticized by, the voice of the people, where people, like, most people are saying, yeah, this bitch is crazy.
Yep. I agree with you. I think that's probably a big milestone. I hate to say that because I'm not all into all this celebrity bullshit, but no, it is a big milestone. And, actually looking at things normally, I would not even expect to see that trial televised as much as it is and reported on as much as it is, because the guy is winning.
Right. I noticed that they do try to twist the titles of the videos to make it seem like it's her suing him.
Yeah.
But if you actually watch it and follow, like, and a lot of people know now that mainstream news is bullshit, so people follow independent journalism now. So, I
Yep.
mean, people are starting to. I think this is a lot of what's going on. Is the internet's blowing up to the point where people are starting to get red pilled accidentally, and people are starting to wake up. I could be wrong. I could be being overly optimistic to a certain degree, but the shit's so bad. The last 2 or 3 years, shit got so ridiculous that there's more people aware of the red pill, quote unquote, than they want to admit. It's because you're not allowed, you can't openly talk about it, so you're not gonna see as many people openly talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Ghost, I don't think you're wrong, and I don't think that you're overly optimistic. Coworkers, just guys that I meet in passing, they talk about the philosophy. These motherfuckers are red pilled. They are Mgtow. They just don't know it.
Right.
But it's not something that you can drop on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think that Mgtow, like, if all men of all races got on the same page, like with the black and white community, for example, the only cultural difference between black and white people in America today is that feminism destroyed the black community before it started destroying the white community. That's the only reason there's a difference. If we were all raised under the same circumstances in the same time frame, there wouldn't even be a cultural difference. It would blend together.
Well, I don't think. Yeah, I do know what you're saying, and I don't think that we should leave Margaret Sanger out of that equation.
Who's Margaret Sanger?
She was the founder of Planned Parenthood.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Her mission was to abort black people out of existing, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I would consider that a form of feminism. I think when I say feminism, I'm just using it as an umbrella term of just women being not where they belong. That's feminism, in my opinion. If it's a woman doing anything.
Did you guys know that Bill Gates, or I'm sorry, not Bill Gates, Bill Gates' father was also a founding member of Planned Parenthood?
You're shitting me. No, I did not know that. Wow. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah. By the way, don't forget to take the jab.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get my second booster. Maybe this time it'll last a whole month.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Like I said, when I talk to black people, I don't talk to the women anymore. But when I talk to my guys or my I'm gonna tell you what. First of all, the dude with the A, what's your name?
Angler Mgtow.
Angler.
Yes, sir.
Okay, pleasure to meet you, Angler Mgtow.
Same.
I'm seeing
Angler,
that too.
Angler, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm getting a real big echo. You guys hear the echo?
I'm hearing an echo from everybody.
Okay.
I think that was me. I think I turned on my own computer too loud. So did it go away?
It looks like it's gone away.
Yeah, I turned my computer down. That was me.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I can drop out at any time, bro. It's your channel.
No, please. It's a pleasure. It's just whenever it pops up, I'm going to try to nip it in the bud. That's all. No, it seems like it has completely alleviated itself. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I noticed like I went home a couple of weeks. I got an older cousin who's probably like in his mid late 50s, and he was telling me well, I was at his house and he was saying, "Oh, here come Miss Shirley." I said, "Miss Shirley?" He said, "Yeah." He said he was married to her. Then she started acting crazy. Then they got a divorce, but then she still wanted to date him. So now they just date. But he was like, "I like it better because I don't have nothing to lose no more." So I was like, "Bang, that's red pill." And then I noticed like I got some little cousins and 20-something-year-old males. It's like the nerdy 20-somethings aren't dating. They're probably Mgtow. They may not know it. But I got a cousin like that because I was talking to his mom. And she was like, "I'm trying to tell him, Jared, you need to date." And he just ain't doing nothing but working and playing his video game. And then my homeboy,
That's a smart
his
guy.
son's doing the same thing. Like a lot of the nerdy, I know the nerdy young black young men, they're not having sex. And that's a whole lot of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of those in the black pill community. Like they call themselves black pill because they a lot of them are like incel types, but they still came to the same conclusions that Mgtow did, where they understand female nature and how shit really works.
The only thing that worries me about the black pill community and nihilism and all that is because there's a lot of anger in there. At least that's what I've seen. And also, I think black pill and the whole incel thing, I think that's a label that came from the outside. I don't really think that came from within the manosphere or anything like that. I mean, we would never shame our boys like that. If they want to have sex, okay, good. We're going to support you.
Yeah, I don't mean that in a shaming way. Like,
no, I understand, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that I mean, and like I said earlier.
1 second, guys. I got to get my mic reset up.
Oh, you're good. But yeah, I was gonna say it's just like
there's some more guests up in here.
Oh, there's shit in here.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
I can hear this.
It's kind of fucked up.
Oh, I did.
What's up, guys? Space Joe.
What up?
What up?
Hey, man. Yeah, I'm definitely was on the same topic as you guys were tonight with the whole black pill nihilism and the whole Mgtow and why we got into Mgtow in general, which to me was the human nature aspect. And then it got ran away with. You got your dating coaches making money. You got your nihilistic black pill people who just straight outright hate women. And these guys aren't even around women. They don't interact with women. I interact with women all the time. I interact with very young women, women who on dead chronic would want to marry, the whole virgin thing or whatever. And I'm here to tell you that the young girls are very impressionable. They're stupid. And people like Undead Chronic want them to have the intelligence of a 45-year-old man at the age of 18 and understand their worth. I say blame the government. They're being weaponized. Women are not the problem. They're just women. The problem is the government and these special interest groups weaponizing women for their own political agenda. I think that's where the MRAs were right. And the MRAs have completely scattered away from these psychopaths in the red Mgtow and black pill community, to be honest with you, because they've seen this a long time ago.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, I think you're right. I don't think it's women themselves aren't a problem. It's the problem is that, like you said, they've been weaponized. If they weren't allowed to have rights, it wouldn't matter if they knew their worth or not, because we would know their worth, and we wouldn't need them to know it.
At the end of the day, like you said, weaponized. See, women are easy to. Women are very impressionable. All you gotta do is sit there and just whisper a few things in their ear, tell them this, and that, and they'll believe it. And it's like, hey, I know how to get inside her head now. I can manipulate her to do this. I can get her to believe this and that. It's like the whole victim mentality. They always try to make women out to be victims. See, when you tell a person something long enough, eventually they'll believe it.
That's some witchcraft, and you're completely right about that.
Exactly. They have told women that they're these delicate little creatures, that they're weak and feeble and they can't defend themselves, and men are out to get you and they're out to rape you and kill you. And before long, it's like, oh my God, men are evil. But what they fail to realize is, hello, those so-called evil men built this world for you to live in.
Out of all of the girls that I know, I'd say about like maybe 1 out of 10 of them push that ridiculous feminist talking points, and the majority of them, which is actually different. Hell by Dashboard Light said he went to the abortion rally to hit on girls, and I told a girl that I know today that I went to an abortion rally using this as a line, and she's like, "Oh my God, oh, that's so amazing. Are you trying to pick me up?" I'm like, "Yeah, I was trying to pick up girls there, because like I know they ain't gonna baby trap me or whatever." And she was so happy, even though I was telling her I was bullshitting her, but she was so happy as fuck.
Hair?
She's a cute little blonde girl who I always make fun of her for being a vegan. I'm like, you're starving yourself to death. You're gonna have a seizure. There's no reason why this can't be fun, and they like you for it too. Well, I'm not there. The sub 5 male thing, I have to go with the incels on that. But my problem is, if you want to piss off a black pillar, and I tell them this all the time, I see short, ugly guys with attractive, good-looking women all the fucking time. I saw this beautiful blonde chick with this fucking Indian guy with a kid, and they had a kid together. And like, dude, like you got to realize, like the oofy doofy law is a real thing.
Yeah, the black pill guys don't like when you tell them that game works.
It's not even game. It's just like human attraction. If you would just take the time to just talk to some of these women, you would be surprised how cool they actually are and how much you actually have in common with them, instead of like reverse feminizing, stigmatizing them.
Well,
and
let me ask you something. Your name's Space Jew?
Space Jew.
Are you a Mgtow?
I don't identify as anything. I'm more of like a lone wolf type person. I attack at a lot of I go after red pillars, black pillars, Mgtowers. I go after a lot of people like Undead Chronic for hypocrisy. I came in here for have intelligent conversations with people, to have high level conversations with people that are out of like the university spectrum, and that's the way I'm gonna keep it. And if you're sitting here making shit up and going back, that's why I hate Mgtow Dictionary. He's full of shit. He's inconsistent. And that's not why I came here. I did identify as Mgtow for a bit, but I just think that kind of lifestyle where you think, oh, I'll just save my money, have my house and everything, and just fuck all. It's gonna be it's a dark hallway to go down. You see what I'm saying?
Well, do you think that all Mgtows are monks?
I don't believe so. I believe most Mgtows and monks are just full of shit. If there was a naked chick in front of them, like that didn't stink and was good looking, they wouldn't be able to control themselves. Or if that girl could actually deal with their bullshit personalities long enough to actually get to fucking. That's the majority of those guys' problem, is their personalities are fucking trash.
Well,
like Mgtow Dictionary.
So
I'm a monk, and I would not touch that girl.
All right. I mean, I respect that. And the reason why I have a problem with
my personality is pretty much in check. So let's go from there.
I'm open to
because
that.
I'll admit, I'm Mgtow Marine. Most of you guys here know me. I'm on a lot of channels, and women have told me I'm an asshole. My personality sucks. However, I tell chicks, I'll fuck you and then just send you on your way, because I'm past the point of wanting to cohabitate. It's called, I'm a man. I have needs. Once my needs are met, okay, bye-bye. You go away, bitch.
I am with you on that one, but I also always ask girls, how much money do your parents have? And if your parents have a lot of money, I will deal with a lot more of your bullshit, because if we do have kids, they're never going to put you on child support. You don't have to worry about that. You see what I'm saying? And I get it. But the monk thing, you want to do the monk thing, that's fine. I've done it for periods of time. But I have a problem with Hammerhand, who has 2 children and has lived his life and was having sex throughout his 20s and 30s, going and pushing the whole monk thing on younger people.
Well,
I have a child as well.
Right.
And
that's what I was going to say.
why
Face Judy.
I don't promote it, but I am a monk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't promote it. You don't at least say, all right, well, this is what monk is. And if that was what you want to be, that's fine. I just don't I still actually like Hammerhand as a person, but me and Undead Chronic are not on good terms.
Well,
Yeah,
hey,
Undead Chronic, from what I hear, he's kind of pissed off quite a few people in the manosphere. And I didn't know Hammerhand had some children. Believe it or not just saying this, it's come to light. A lot of so-called red pill men in the manosphere, actually have children. You know, and it's like,
yeah, I do.
I'm like,
That's kind of what it took.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
what
it took
that's
them
what took
learning.
me to take the red pill.
I'm one of the few who has no marriages and no children, but a few bad relationships. And like homeboy was saying about putting up with that bullshit, I'm a retired combat Marine, and I have PTSD and some other issues, and I just don't want to put up with the bullshit because there's a side of me that I have to hide. And it's like, if I have to deal with your bullshit, she's gonna wind up rolled up in a carpet and in a dumpster.
Yeah, at least you got to know yourself. You know yourself well enough for that. I think if anything this community should do is push knowing yourself. Maybe you should be a monk. Maybe you should fuck around. Maybe in my case, maybe I should ask every girl I know how rich her parents are. Maybe you know. I've hit girls before. I've hit girls, but I know in my older age that I don't go down that avenue or whatever. But if I still had those feelings, and I do understand you can get really caught up. I was talking to some of my friends, and some fucking girl that they were with was calling the cops on them and shit. And I do illegal shit 24/7. Excuse me. I cannot have a woman calling the cops on me. So
yeah, same here. I smoke too much weed. I hang out with too many motherfuckers who run guns and do other things.
I do some
So
weird
it's
shit
like,
in my life.
I can't. Matter of fact, I have told chicks, it's like, look, I go places and do things sometimes that the average person doesn't do. So it's like, check this out. If you're gonna hang around with me, you gotta know when to keep your fucking mouth shut. And a lot of chicks don't like that.
So
I've had girls hide me from the cops before, though.
What's your issue with Chronic specifically?
He's I'm not. He made fun of me for worshiping the devil or some shit, and he wasn't addressing my arguments. I went on his show. I was like, yeah, you know, Jesus never existed, completely made up. I'm not trying to push this, but he was asking me these questions, so I'm answering. I'm like, I don't want to talk about it. That's just not why I called in here. And then they're just like, they just start making fun of me or whatever. And then he banned me after I came on later and said a couple things in his chat. He banned every one of my Space Jew accounts. And then he has the nerve to complain about Susan Wojcicki. It's his hypocrisy, the hypocrisy. And plus, he's not a good-looking tall guy. He is a short spurg, from what I've heard, acne on his face, and he's just role-playing on the internet, hiding behind his avatar. And I would never dox the guy, but when you go on there and you pull that Napoleon complex, you know, I'm gonna call and then lie. I told you I came into this community for the truth, to like talk amongst intelligent people who aren't just, I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but he is being disingenuous. So he has sex with virgins, but then he tells women if they have sex that they're no good anymore. But yet again, he is genetically fucked up. He has like a genetic condition. So he's not in the genetic pool anyway. So if a girl was a virgin, he of all people should not be copulating with this woman. He should not get the choice of virginity. So this whole feminist society that we live in actually benefits guys like him. But it's so fucked up. Everything about him is just
So wait, hold on, you worship the devil?
Not really. I just say that to make it easier. I know that Jesus is the devil, the yin, the yang. I know we are in hell right now. People would call what I do devil worship. I understand witchcraft. So for the lack of a better word, I went rando nodding tonight, and our rando not word was Satan. You know, I'm not afraid of these things. You see what I'm saying?
Wait, so
I think maybe we can go back to the black pill. We're getting off in the weeds here.
Yeah,
and
I don't like talking about religion. It's all stupid.
Yeah, we're starting to talk shit about people, and you know that's not really what we're about. But back to the black pill. You know, I wonder about it. I think a lot of these guys that end up in situations like that, you know, if you got to put a label on somebody, you know, eventually you got to move past labels and just recognize behavior in people. But at the same time, the labels help when you're figuring shit out. But with these black pill guys and these incels, you know, maybe they just didn't have a strong male figure in their life. So
a lot of them have autism.
Maybe they're redeemable. You know what I'm saying?
I think some are. There is some truth to black pill, man. Like, I mean, certain dudes, like if you look a certain way, like, and you don't know how to talk to women, you you are really an incel, like an involuntary celibate. Like that.
Yeah, but that's like the emotional, like that's the personal side of it, and then you have your physical side. So if you are a sub-5 male and you were abused by your mother and she really crippled you, this is what happened to Mgtow Dictionary. Some women will cripple their son. These guys, the true force loneliness guys, and then you have everybody else. I feel like just stomping on them for real. And what we're doing
I'm glad you said that. I think that was that Space Juice you said about crippling the guy, mothers crippling their sons.
Yeah, I call it momtism. A lot of guys who are autistic are actually momtistic.
Yeah, and
good
that's
analogy.
The thing, like you said, in the black community, or Coach Greg Adams says, shout out Greg Adams, the community, we call them son husbands. Basically, boys who were raised by single mothers and conditioned to basically just latch on to their mom. And I know a guy who's like that, except he's a white guy. He's pretty successful. He has a wife and kids, but however, looking at his mother, I'm like, bitch, you pretty much raised a son husband. Like,
because the mother chased away every single man in their entire goddamn life and was like, oh, fuck, I've chased away everyone. Well, let's cripple the youngest son. I've also seen them basically transition their youngest daughter into a youngest son and like really step on that youngest person and turn their daughters into like a manly version of a female just to still have that male presence in their life that will never leave them and cripple them. Because everyone else left.
So
they want to emasculate the son, turn him into the bitch, and then turn the daughter into a fucking dude.
I've seen it.
So when we come across guys like this, you know, when it's completely evident that this is their situation, how do we help them?
We make rap songs about undead chronic because most of them are in the war band right now.
I'm being serious.
I'm dead serious. A lot of them get wrapped up in these war bands and these occultistic personalities online, like Mgtow Dictionary. So a lot of them are stuck. So when I attack Mgtow Dictionary, I'm attacking that little. He's collecting these guys. Same thing with undead chronic. He's collecting these guys, and that's what MLD was talking about. Mgtow Dictionary trying to get these guys out from the grasp of these narcissistic personalities. They went from one narcissistic abuser, their mother, to another narcissistic abuser like Mgtow Dictionary. So what do? I attack them on the internet. I attack their philosophy. I hold what they say.
I'll be honest, man. You give me narcissistic vibes.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm a self-admitted narcissist. I take narcissistic supply. I am a narcissist. I understand it, and you can't change these things. The best thing you can do is recognize it, and that's why I attack other narcissistic people. It's like a cat fight.
That's goofy as fuck. You're goofy as fuck.
I'm a sociopath.
Hold on. Everybody be easy with each other. We're all friends here.
Yeah, I know. I'll admit it. I'm a sociopath. I'm not.
You gotta know these.
Well, anybody that's a sociopath can go fuck themselves.
Go fuck yourself, buddy.
No.
Some people are sociopaths and he understands it, and that's why he doesn't want to go around women, because he knows that sociopath will come out, because he's understanding himself from this community. I understand myself from this community instead of labeling people.
You can suck a dick.
You can try to get me to do that, and I'll fucking rip your throat out, buddy.
Yeah, you're tough on the internet.
Yeah, I'm not tough on the internet. I'll fuck you up.
All right, this is getting off the fucking
rails. 6 months in Afghanistan.
These guys are clowns.
Thank you for having me. You're a fucking clown, bitch. I'll fuck you up, buddy. And I won't be
He's a fucking online gangbanger talking shit.
You know, online gangbanger? Shut your fucking mouth, boy. You wouldn't say it to me in fucking person.
Cowboy, take control of your
I'm a narcissist. Oh, you're a sociopath. You're a narcissist and you're a sociopath.
Yeah, listen to this dude. He acts like a little bitch. He's on here talking shit about everybody and then crying like a bitch when somebody says something to him. That's why Chronic blocked him from his channel, because he's a fag.
Oh yeah, so you like to censor people. Fuck you.
I ain't censoring you, bro. You just
outed yourself. You just outed yourself.
You know that's you, bro. You're the one making this stuff.
You want to complain about censorship?
You're an idiot. You're a fucking retard.
No. Actually,
okay. This stream went immediately. Hold on, everybody, please.
That escalated quickly.
This stream went immediately from
I just want to thank
productive to off the rails.
Thank you very much.
This is like dealing with
having me. I like everyone but this one little bitch right here. Y'all know I like y'all. I don't like this one little bitch though. But thank you for having me, Mgtow Cowboy.
Damn.
Thank God he left.
Goodness.
Somebody got some anger issues.
No, I could see it from a mile away, dude. That's
Cowboy, are you still there?
Cowboy, you with us? Cowboy?
What, he crash out on us?
Probably did. Probably drank too many beers.
Son of a bitch.
God damn it, Cowboy.
Well,
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm just, I was doing something. Hold on, I'm going to mute myself again. I'm still here.
Cowboy's back from the dead.
you about lost control of your stream, brother.
Yeah, that guy's fucking weird, dude. Like, I don't mean to start shit on people's streams. I don't try to be dramatic, but
yeah,
that guy fucking.
Yeah, he was way out of like me. Like I said, I admit I'm somewhat of a sociopath. I told you I'm a combat Marine. I have some mental issues, so sometimes I tend to go off the rails, but then I know when to pull back.
Well, yeah, dude. I honestly, man, like, you don't give me sociopathic vibes. That dude.
No,
really
not
did.
at all.
I just said that because I'm the type of person, like, if somebody's sensitive and freaks out like that just because you say something like that, then they're not even worth
feminine
talking to.
energy, right?
Yeah, exactly, bro.
That's feminine energy.
And I said this. I called you a I was like, "Fuck you if you're a sociopath." You didn't get upset. You know what I'm saying?
The thing. I'm a sociopath only when provoked.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, bro. It's like the sensitive ass simp dudes. They're just as bad as these fucking women, dude. Like,
that's different. Sociopathy is permanent. It's not just something that turns on and turns off, bro.
Yeah.
I got a bookshelf full of books. I grew up with fucked up people, which landed me in fucked up relationships. That's where my red pilling began, was researching things like BPD and NPD and sociopathy and things like that. So
now,
I'm very
BPD,
well read on it.
I was diagnosed with that after I came back from Afghanistan.
Well, you ain't one.
That's the thing. I get in certain situations that provoke me. Like, I'm a cool guy. It's when people think they can cross the line with me, and then I go from "Hi, how are you?" to "I'm putting my foot up your ass."
Well,
maybe that's just PTSD.
You didn't come on here just talking hella shit, so that's why I'm. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna. If you're a respectful dude, I'll show you respect. But if you're just acting like a little bitch, talking shit about people, it's like, bro, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's like he just started rambling on about how he did like Undead. Okay, bro, if you don't like him, just leave it alone. I don't like a lot of people, but guess what? I don't go around bitching and I hate them and fuck them and okay.
Yeah, and if I got a problem with somebody, I'll just say it to their face. I don't need to hop on. All right, I don't need to hop on.
Grown ass man way.
Oh boy, so he took his ball and ran home.
Run him on, a little bitch.
Well, yeah, he needs to quit
see it all the
acting
time.
like that.
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on?
What's up? Who's this?
David.
What's up,
David?
David? Cowboy, are you still here?
He said he was just a second. I think he's working on some shit.
Yes. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I am in an enclosure. It's probably going to be very echoey right now, but I'm still here. What happened? I was away from my phone. Was there some sort of
somebody got butt hurt?
Are you in the bathroom taking a shit?
I'm actually I'm in the bathroom, but I'm not taking a shit. I'm actually in the bath right now.
He's rubbing one out.
Well, I'll have you guys know, I do have a hot date, so to speak. I have a lady friend that I see on my days off. I'm off Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so I'm sort of prepping for that. Huh? Tuesdays and Thursdays, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
I'm the same way. I got a little chick that I fuck with on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
You're gonna ditch the bros for a hoe.
Anyway, I was still monitoring the stream here and there. What happened? Did Space Jew get into an argument with someone, or one of you guys picking on Space Jew or something?
He's just an asshole.
Well, yeah, I
wouldn't have him back on if I was you.
He was getting on my nerves, and I just let him know, and then he freaked out and left.
He basically started talking shit about Undead Chronicles, and it went from there.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. I have a real bad echo. I'll pop in now and again, but I'm just going to let the stream run probably for another 20 or 40 minutes or something.
Okay, dude.
Okay.
Is this David?
Yeah. What's going on, guys?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Relaxing. How's everything?
Good. We're just chilling on Cowboy's stream. He's like taking a break.
Yeah. He always does that.
Right.
He's going to dump us for a hoe, just so you know.
Yeah, man, it be like that sometimes, man. You got to
It's,
sometimes.
it's a slow Tuesday, man. You know,
That's
how it
Tuesday,
goes.
yeah. But technically, a Wednesday now for me.
well, it's 11:35 here in Alabama, so it's still Tuesday.
But true.
Oh, I'm an hour ahead of you.
All right, so it's Wednesday there then.
I suppose.
Ever since I took the red pill, man, every time I see people like getting married, I just cringe.
I know. It's like, ugh.
Yeah.
Like I literally was walking like down the street and I seen a car that said "just married." I'm like, my God, not again.
It's like, bro, have you not? Especially for the guys, like a lot of the guys who I kick it with, they're like me, prior military. Some of them have been married once, twice before, and they invite me to their wedding. So I go out of support for the bro. I don't want to be a dickhead and be like, no, fuck that shit. I go, but in the back of my mind, all the while I'm thinking, I'm like, God damn it, when will you learn?
They won't learn. It's like it's crazy. It's like, man. Sometimes I be feeling like, man, like I get it. You guys live your own. You guys are blue pillars, but it's like, man, wake up, bro. Like these chicks are
like
liars.
You are a glutton for punishment.
That's the thing. Man, when I was starting out and all this bullshit, I was the most blue-pilled motherfucker you would ever meet in your life. It took me a minute to get to where I am now.
Yeah, because
but I'm like you all. When you see these people getting married, you're like, do you not understand what the fucking risk is in what you're doing right now?
You might as well play Russian roulette.
They obviously don't. I feel
they
like
don't get it. It's like they don't realize that getting married is like literally like just it's like literally just handing your life over to a bum bitch. Like why?
You basically just fucking cut your own nuts off and hand them over to the
bitch. Like why? Why? I mean, if you ever know, the next time if you ever get into a conversation with any married person, you know, seriously ask them, what the hell is the reason of getting? Like, why do you do it? What was the point? Like why do you get
a lot of them? They get into it based off of ignorance, and then they stay in it out of fear of going through the divorce court.
A lot of them don't want to be alone. Like I got a buddy of mine, good example, and this is his second marriage. His wife now, she currently has some health issues. Well, a few weeks ago, I guess about a month or so ago, one day she just got up and left the house. She freaked the fuck out, told him to move his truck out of the driveway. She backed out. She's a little mama's and daddy's girl, and I think she's an only child too. So she went back home to mom and daddy for a few days. I told him, bro, I said, fuck the bitch, don't worry about it. I said, if the bitch tries to come back, tell her, stay the fuck where you at. Sure enough, a few days later, they quote worked it out and let her come back home. I said, no, bitch, once you're out, you stay out.
Stay out for real. Like she ain't gonna
leave like that. Because
you showed her that she can do it, and she's probably gonna do it again. So
yeah, probably will.
If they do that one time and then come back and you let him back in, you best expect a pattern of that shit. They're gonna leave and come back, leave and come back, leave and come back.
Big ass kids, man. They'll just continue poking until they can't anymore. They don't care.
My dad's first wife, he told me. My dad's first wife, I believe he told me she left like 3 or 4 times, and then the 4th time she actually left, and then the bitch tried to like get inside of my granddad's head and try to talk to my dad through my grandfather, and eventually he realized she was manipulating him because it got so bad. My grandfather and my dad didn't speak to each other for 7 years over a lie his first wife told him.
Yo,
these motherfucking bitches.
Yeah, that's what. And that now people see why I don't want to get married, because I tell them between my grandfather and my dad's dad and my dad, both of them were married 7 times in their lifetime. A combined 7 times between the two. And I'm like, that's why I don't want to deal with it. I saw the trauma my dad went through. I heard about it. What my grandfather went through. I'm like, fuck no. Like I said about my PTSD, I'm the type, bitch, if I find out you cleaned out my bank account and you have me looking stupid when I go to make a purchase,
I'm going to kill you,
you're going
to
disappear when I get home.
Yeah, that's why.
Now, you know what that bitch did between...
YouTube, I wouldn't say all that, but...
You know what that bitch did? You know what that bitch did between your dad and your granddad and her? That's called triangulation.
Yeah.
It's a severe form of manipulation with a whole lot of gaslighting. It's fucking psychological abuse. Fuck that bitch.
Call me crazy.
This is how. Do you know how bad it got?
Yes.
My grandfather drew a pistol on my dad out of fear my dad was going to hurt him. My dad's first wife lied to my grandfather, claiming that he was beating her.
That's crazy.
Motherfucking bitch.
Yeah,
Bro.
all because a female made up some shit, dude.
Yeah. Hey,
You
I
know how
don't know
many
if you
men
guys
have had their lives ruined over a woman's lies?
exactly
A
lot of men. I
whole
don't think you
bunch.
don't. I think
That's why I don't
it's
trust
a
shit
man.
women say.
I think a man becomes a man when he actually gets ran through by some fucking bitch, man.
Yeah, it's part of it. It's because in this world, that's the only way you can find out how they really are.
The bitches, look, bro, call me crazy. Call me crazy. I get it. You guys probably won't believe me, but I truly, deep down in my heart, believe that women are the devil's a female, bro. I don't give a fuck.
You know,
Well, yeah.
I said that too. I honestly believe the devil is actually a woman.
Well, in the Bible, Eve's the one that ate the apple first.
Apple first, yeah.
And then
Because
she
think
tricked.
about it. Look at how
point.
society protects this demon, this bitch. This
Yes.
bitch can do all kinds of
Oh,
and like
protected class.
they try
Yeah.
to hide everything about this bitch. Like they do everything in their power to try to keep her image clean. When we all know this bitch is a demon, she's a piece of shit. She's
Yeah.
like,
I'm
what is
seeing
this?
I'm seeing more of this too coming out now. I'm reading more and more every day of how teenage boys are having sexual encounters with older women. And it's like, think about it. If that was reversed, older man, young school-age girl,
shit,
hang him,
bro.
lynch him, burn him to the stake. When a
Exactly,
woman
bro.
does it,
Like,
it's fucking cricket.
nah, I swear to God, I'm convinced. I don't give a fuck. I'll go to my grave believing this. I think the devil's a woman. I
do too.
truly believe it.
I
Because
believe
think
that
about
the
it.
devil is a woman.
Think about it. If you ever think of the characteristics of the devil, he's manipulative. He's
Yes. Cunning,
he's beautiful. He's cunning. That's women shit. That's not no guy. That's female.
Yep.
Females are cunning and beautiful and all this. Get the fuck. Look,
What,
bro.
what
I
if the
think the
devil's
story-
a shapeshifter? What if the devil's actually a shapeshifter and he can turn himself into a man and into a woman? He can go back and forth.
Nah, I think it's a feminine entity. I think
Yeah,
it's a feminine
it's like
entity.
that's why women are so emotional
A
because
tranny. What if the devil's a tranny?
It is you ever heard something
He
about a
is.
Baphomet? The Baphomet is a tranny. So
Oh, that motherfucker's probably got every unit you can think of.
Oh God.
no, but seriously though, man, like that shit had me think. Like when you think about the devil, when you listen to like the devil, like what they say the devil is, they'll say, oh, the devil's the man. He's cunning. Nah, bro, that's a woman. A woman's cunning.
Yo,
A woman's
Brian-
manipulative.
Brian in the chat just said, never trust something that bleeds for a week and doesn't die.
Exactly.
That's a good point. Like, why have you not died, bitch? The average person will bleed out after 2 minutes. Losing half his fucking blood.
I'll tell you what, I got a 7-year-old son, and this shit worries the fuck out of me. I'm 45 years old with a 7-year-old son, you know.
Train
He's
him
not-
well, man. Keep him close. Hold him close.
How old
I
are
do.
you?
Man,
I do the
these
best
women
that I
are trained.
you're
can.
red
Get a
pill,
hold
so
of
all
them,
you gotta
done.
do is keep them masculine and keep you know what I'm saying. Don't give to him young. Don't tell him anything young. Like when he starts turning 15, you start just giving him little doses of pills here and there.
Oh no, bro. He's already completely exposed to Mgtow.
Oh shit.
How old are you, Angler?
Damn.
45.
All right, I'm 32, but I got a 7-year-old as well. I already told him that he should never get married because she's just going to take all his money, and he already like repeats that to me.
Damn,
Oh,
you said shit.
I'm
at
telling my
7
kid
years
that-
old.
Tell him
That's
just don't
crazy.
say that at school. Because
Yeah,
if he says
if you
that at
ask-
school, they're likely
If you
to
ask
kick
him
him
who
out.
his favorite Mgtow is, he'll tell you Hammerhand. He likes
Yeah.
Terry
At 7
Pop.
years old? Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I
I ain't
figured
fucking
I never
around,
heard of a
man.
red pill
I ain't
7-year-old.
fucking
That's
around
awesome.
with him.
I
His
figured,
mom's a complete feminist, so
Oh God.
Yeah, you gotta.
I gotta take-
counteract
Yeah,
that.
But
yeah.
you gotta-
You need
you
to
You
keep
guys
him.
gotta be careful
Keep
though,
him
man, because
close.
if they're like so red pill at 7 years old, they're gonna become targets. You know, so I'm like you gotta in moderation. You don't want to
Right.
full blown throw him in
no,
there.
I am. Like I don't talk to him much about it, but I let him listen to content, but I don't preach at him. You know
No,
what I'm
that's
saying?
fine. I think that's cool. But what I'm saying is because you know when you go into the red pill, there's no going back. So like
Right.
you start talking the red pill
Right.
stuff in a
Well, that's
blue pill
one of the
world.
reasons I wanted to tell my kid this stuff now, so that way he doesn't get traumatized by it when he becomes an adult.
That's
Yeah.
fine. That's cool.
Mhm.
But there's also a flip side to that too. You know, it's also like if you tell them this, you're still gonna have to deal with blue pill simps and dumbass chicks that believe in this matrix and what they and how things are supposed to be.
Right.
So when he starts
Right.
speaking this mixed red pill stuff, just know he's gonna be hated. Like
Yes.
hated.
Like
So-
every time I go to a family get together,
I see what you're saying.
everybody asks me, why are you not married and don't have children yet? Like my brother, we went to my grandmother's memorial service this past weekend, and you know, my brother brought his girlfriend. Everybody asked me, well, why we never see you with a woman? I said, see, this is the thing. I'm one of those kind of men. I date cougars and other women, and I'm the type, I like to have my fun and leave it at that. I'm not taking you out on a date. I'm not holding your hand. None of that shit. It's called, bitch, when I come over to your house, I want something to eat. I want to smash, and I'm leaving.
Because the thing is, when you become red pill, right? It's kind of like you become like Batman. Like it's like you're very. I don't want to say you're secretive, but you have to kind of understand like
You're
you have a secret
incognito.
weapon.
Yeah.
You have to understand you are in the world, but you are not of the world. You know, you have
Right.
to
And there's
you
no
still have
going
to
back
deal
from
with
it.
You still have to deal with the blue
Exactly.
pill. You still got to deal with them, but you got to
Yeah.
deal with them in a way where you don't want to come off as like very you don't want to infringe on their lifestyle. You kind of just want to be a part of it.
Cal, what's that chicken and dick and
See, I try to avoid them as much as possible.
Yeah, you know.
Within this too, you know, since I brought up the travesty of me exposing my son to red pill at 7 years old, I also try to teach him, you know, about stoicism, you know, through his own behavior, on how to calm himself and just be cool, you know, and eventually, you know, that will lead to deeper conversations. He's only 7 now. Like, I'm not dumping everything on him at one time. This is like a process.
I mean, at the end of the day, let's be real here, man. He's still gonna date. He's still gonna get fucked over.
Yeah.
He has to learn.
He has to.
That's the only way.
He's got to get that carrot wet.
You learn in life through experience. So
Because
he's gonna
the
get his
red
heart
pill-
broke once or
the-
twice.
You can
and
try
then
to
he'll
teach him
truly
to,
see.
right. You can try to teach him red pill at a young age, but he's still gonna do what he's a human being. He's a boy. He's still gonna want to fuck. That's fine. That's fine. He's still gonna probably get played by chicks. That's fine too. He should get played by chicks to learn, to understand why he was doing what we do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
And then maybe a lot of what Dad has been trying to tell him will make sense
exactly.
once his ass gets burned.
I think by the time, if you by the grace of God, if you're alive by when he's older, he'll understand even more. Like he'll get it. He'll see why you try to tell him the truth when he was younger. So now when he's older, he'll see like, okay, I get it now. He's gonna fully understand. Because of course he's still young. He's only 7 years old. But what? I'm still horny as hell.
I wish my dad was red pill, man.
My dad's been red pill honestly since like the 70s, and like the red. Honestly, looking back at it, my dad has actually been giving me red pill knowledge since I was a kid. I just didn't realize it until I was in my late 20s, and didn't truly embrace it until like 2 years ago. Because when I first got on the dating scene, I didn't actually start dating until after I got out of the military, because the guys who served before me, I heard all the horror stories and I saw it for myself. Guys getting Dear John letters, guys finding out their wife cleaned out their bank account while on deployment, and a bunch of other shit. I got out and tried dating, and my first 2 relationships were single moms. Never the fuck again. I fucked up and dated a single mom again about 3 years later.
They're
Never
only
the
good
fuck
for
again.
practice.
I finally didn't truly get red pilled until 2020. And do you all want to know who actually turned me on to the manosphere?
Who?
The Godfather himself, Mr. Kevin Samuels. May he rest in peace. When I first saw Kevin Samuels on somebody's Facebook page and I just kept watching his videos, that's when I was like, wow, these women now really ain't shit.
Right.
Now you see why rappers say what we say. You see why, because really the real red pill people, the first red pill guys were rappers. I mean, they'll tell you like
Project Pat. He had
Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre.
Don't save her.
Shit, but hoes and tricks. That's the truth.
Yep.
They've been telling you for years.
Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't that.
Because black men have been going through this for years.
Yep.
We've seen the full brunt of the
Now you know
evil.
the business. Now you know the business. Players gonna shine trick. You ain't know my num trick. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
Who the fuck is that?
That's
That's
Cowboy.
Cowboy.
He
He's in
it
a
was like
shower?
echoing. It sounded like it was like from the heavens.
That's funny.
Like, matter of fact, a lot of people don't realize the earliest red pill knowledge is the Bible.
It's the Bible. Yeah, the Bible.
If you
Yeah,
think about it. Look at Samson. He died because he fucking gave away his secret to a woman.
bitch. Yep.
Look at Adam. Fucking Adam.
Listen to the woman.
Because of a woman.
Bro, I don't know if you guys noticed, but you know, in the Bible is actually incomplete. There's actually a whole
there's missing books.
There's missing books in the Bible. You want to know why those books are missing?
They don't
And
want us to know.
This was the biggest red pill. This is why I was like, you know what? Fuck this whole day. This is the reason why I stay firm in the red pill. It's because I learned that, and this is way back in the day, they hit those books because those books talk nothing but about women. That's all. How to avoid dealing with women.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do.
It's called the Apocrypha. If you look it up, the Apocrypha teaches you exactly why you stay the fuck away from these chicks. And they hid these books from the Bible because the Apocrypha is actually a part. Because you know, there's different books in the Bible. There's Genesis. There's Ecclesiastics. There's a bunch of books. But the Apocrypha is a certain amount of books that's in the Apocrypha. They took it away from the Bible and they hid it. And I'm like, why would they do? But then when you read the Apocrypha, you see why. You start realizing, and you have to use a red pill lens. You start to see why they did it. It makes sense. They don't want men to understand female nature. It's really that simple. They don't want you understanding her nature because if you understand her nature, you start realizing how evil these bitches really could be. You feel me? This is why you don't give a bitch power. You never give bitches power.
Bro, you know
It's
what?
funny you say that because 1 Timothy 2nd chapter verses 11 and 12, believe it or not, the Bible even says that. It says where I suffer not a woman to usurp authority over a man, but to learn and listen in all silence and subjection. Women aren't supposed to be in any kind of leadership position.
There's a reason why. See, and when you tell them this, they think that, oh my God, you're being such a no.
I'm like, that's the Bible.
There's a
God
reason why
saying
we're
that.
doing that. You never give bitches power because they're hypergamous. You give a bitch she doesn't understand how to stop. She has no She has no compass. She doesn't know what to do. A guy, if you give a guy rules, he follows the rules. That's simple. The bitch, she has to follow the guy's rules. She doesn't have any goddamn rules. She'll fuck up everything.
And you know this is another thing too about this passage. I've said this before, and I've heard other men say this too. They have gone into churches and they have never heard a pastor quote that particular passage because they're afraid. The pastor's afraid he's gonna piss off the women, and they're gonna be like, he hates women. He's a sexist. It's like, no, that's what's in the Bible. And Kevin Samuel said this. He said, you so-called Christian feminists, you all claim to be godly women, but you don't want to do what the Bible tells you.
Baby, see,
no pun intended.
The Bible,
but these fucking women they're bottomless black fucking holes.
They are. I agree.
They are.
They are. You know, the Bible and the church is two different things. The Bible, I used to always want to associate the Bible and the church, but it's actually two different things. The Bible itself has really nothing to do with the church that we know today. That church is some female gynocentric bullshit that they want people to follow. The Bible itself is it's a completely different. If you ever look, the Bible Christianity has nothing to do with the Bible. If you all throughout the Bible, there is no Christianity. That's some made up shit. That's not real. So that's how you know the church is nothing more than a gynocentric psyop, some another way to indoctrinate you, and giving them money. And you have people like, what's the guy's name? The guy in Houston, Creflo Dollar. What's the other guy's name? The rich fucking white guy. Yeah, Joel Osteen, that guy. I mean, this whole thing is these snakes, all these losers getting rich. Bro, these are the most evilest fucking people. I can sleep I would rather sell cocaine than to do what they do. I could not do that. I couldn't do it.
Right.
Just sitting there and just selling false hope and false dreams. I couldn't do it.
You remember
fuck that.
What hurricane was that hit Houston and caused it to flood?
Yeah,
and the people kept asking Joel Osteen open the doors to the church.
He didn't open it. He didn't open it.
He put sandbags in front of the doors and kept it locked.
He literally did that shit. I'm like, my God. I mean, it's like if that wasn't a fucking slap in the face, I don't know what is. I mean, it's like, bro, do you not see that these people don't give a fuck about you?
If I could show you where I'm sitting right now, I'm looking at a mega church that is still under construction where I'm at. I don't know if you've all ever heard of it. It's called Church of the Highlands. They don't call them sanctuaries. They call it campuses. Literally, they call church campuses. They have campuses, i.e. churches, buildings all over. I'm like, that's a fucking corporation under the guise and veil of religion. I said, do you know how they do their tithes and offering? When you join their congregation, you know how they do tithes and offering, they want to see your W-2. That way they can tell you how much money you need to give to the church every year. Like, motherfucker, you don't need to see how much money I make.
It's a scam, bro. It's like joining a fraternity. Like, get the fuck out of here.
A cult. That's all. It's a cult.
Years ago, I dated a chick. She was a registered nurse, hotter, just hot, you know. And I was only playing music at the time, so I wasn't making no money or anything. But for some reason, she wanted to hang out for a while, and we lived about an hour and a half apart. And she lived close to the major city in the state that I live in. And I was down there for the weekend, spending the weekend with her. And she took me to one of these churches. And, I would call it a mega church. I grew up in the Catholic Church. It wasn't nothing like this. I mean, there was, and I don't agree with the Catholic anyway, but they had a big old rock band. Like, it was this big old production. And when the collection plate ran around, I was rubbernecking, and she pulled out her checkbook and wrote a check for $700 fucking dollars and put it in the collection plate. $700.
Yeah, she's caught up. She's lost in the sauce, man. They got her. They got her mind.
Oh yeah, that's like here where I live. There was this one. His name was Bishop Jasper Roby, and I've heard people talk about him. The man was he was like T.D. Jakes before his time. He was a con artist. This man somehow conned a woman out of money she needed for her medication. And she needed her medication. If not, she was going to have like seizures or whatever and possibly die. She went to him and told him, Pastor, I don't have any money to buy my medication. What should I do? He said, go home and pray really hard about it.
Oh my God.
Like, pray that you don't get sick or nothing happens to you. There was another lady. This woman literally took the last bit of her money. She had some raggedy shoes and they were worn out. And a friend of mine who's an Army veteran, older guy, he saw her. He said, why are your shoes like that? He's like, what are you doing with your money? Oh, well, I go around here and I donate to the church all the time and I'm going to get my blessing. He said, ma'am, that man is a con artist. He is robbing you blind and you don't even realize it. He actually gave the woman money to go buy a new pair of shoes. He said, you go to the shoe store, you go buy a new pair of shoes. He said, you better not take that money down there to that damn bishop. He said, because I know what the hell you're going to do. He said, you better go buy a new pair of shoes right now. And there was another one. I'm sure y'all probably heard of. I can't remember who he was. Was it Reverend Ike or somebody? This lady, she was terminally ill. She had her life savings saved up, and over a period of years, she slowly gave it away to the pastor of her church until she died. The lady's daughter said she was supposed to have used that money for her medical treatments. She gave it to her fucking pastor, who in turn was buying himself nice cars and a fancy Learjet. The lady wound up dying.
Man, there's a special place in hell for people like that, bro. Like, people like that, man, like, bro, like, that's crazy, man. I could never in my wildest dreams do something like that. I just couldn't do it. I'd rather live.
Women are. This goes back to what I said earlier. women are so easy to
Yeah,
get inside the heads, just like how the snake deceived Eve. All you have to do is just be some charming, cunning, good-looking guy, walk up to her, next thing you know, say the right words, you got her.
Exactly. I mean, this is why they need a man. But see, don't tell the feminists that. Don't tell them that. No.
I'm strong and independent. I don't need no man.
Don't tell them that. They want. See, I learned, bro. I learned that women just love being. They want to be lied to by someone they find attractive. That's it.
They hate the truth.
They want to be lied to. They want to live in. I've been thinking about this lately. You guys realize how like Facebook is starting their whole metaverse thing now, right?
I've heard that.
Bro, if you think about it, it makes sense why they're doing it. It actually makes perfect sense. Bitches have been living in a metaverse for how long now? They live in their own little world anyway. Most people live in their own little world of lies.
Oh,
the
Jesus.
metaverse is a giant lie. It's a made up.
Why do you
Ever
think
since the
women
first smartphone.
Why do you think women love giving their daughters Disney princess parties and tell them she's a princess? They believe in that fantasy bullshit.
It's all
they
a
cannot accept reality.
They live in La La Land. They live in the meta. They've been living, bro. It makes sense. You know, I was thinking, I'm like, why the fuck did Facebook change their name to Meta or whatever? Then I realized there's damn near 3-point-something billion people on Facebook, and you know what? There's more women on Facebook than men. It actually makes sense. Everything's not starting to add up. It makes sense why they're doing it now. They want to live in lies. They want to live in.
Why do you think they take pictures with filters and everything on? They can't face reality. They have to conjure shit up.
Women are inherent. They're just big kids with tits.
They're adult children with tits and a vagina.
Back to the church thing. When my parents died, they lived. My sister lives in another state, but pretty much equally. We were 1,000 miles away from our parents, so we had to go down there week after week to settle the estate and all that shit. And they had one of them little what the fuck do you call them? This little wooden thing, that you're supposed to put mail and shit in. And we found this stack of envelopes that the Catholic Church sent them. No postage necessary, but if you cannot make it to work, put your money in the envelope and mail that shit in.
Bro, yeah, you know when the COVID thing passed, right? Like I think it was Joe Osteen. He was like, "Hey,
yeah, the plumber went in to do some work and he found envelopes with checks and money in the bathroom wall."
That's crazy. That's crazy.
In Joe Osteen's church.
You're shitting me.
Go look it up. The plumber went to do some work at the church. He had to knock part of the wall out. He found envelopes with money and checks in them. And they say some of those checks were backdated a few years.
That motherfucker.
That's checking.
Yeah, but it's not surprising. Yeah.
That's crazy. I would rather be a fucking homeless guy on the street before I do something. That's just evil. There's a special place in hell for people like that, man.
And then he gets on TV and smiles
as if like
Jesus loves you and you're gonna be blessed. Excuse my language, and I hate to say this with the name Jesus so close. Joel Osteen's a fucking snake. T.D. Jakes, Creflo Dollar, Reverend Ike, all them motherfuckers. They're all liars. And people ask me why I don't go to church anymore. I said, all these pastors now are liars. They pander to women and they steal their money. That's like the pastor where I went to church at for a few years.
The church is actually ran by T.D. Jakes, Creflo Dollar, and Joel Osteen. They're actually government agents. Because when you think about it, they're actually the church is actually funded by the government. There's a bill called the 501c3 where like they don't get taxed. Everything, all the money they keep. So that tells you that they're actually government agents because the government subsidizes the churches. They take care of like all the electricity in the building. That's a government. So when you walk into a church, it's essentially like walking into a post office. You're walking into a government building. You know what I'm saying? So if there was anything else to happen, you're actually attacking the government. So Joe Osteen, all these people, they work for the government. That's why they never talk about like anything that goes against this feminist gynocentric society, because at the end of the day, they need that will to be greased. They need people, they need guys to believe in this bullshit lie of love and crap like that. They'll never tell you the truth. They'll never really get deep in the Bible because it's there to indoctrinate you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
You just talked about, not going to church anymore. And I've had this conversation with my best friend before. I've talked to him about that, what if you believe, but you don't go worship?
what do you believe in though?
I just think it's a very personal thing. And it's okay to not have to go to church.
Exactly.
My dad hasn't
To
set
do
foot
that.
in a church in years, and he'll tell you. He said a lot of pastors are liars. In fact, the pastor where I went to church at, the second pastor, this one, it was. I tell people, some people have the gift of discernment, and sometimes I get it. Well, the first time I saw him in the pulpit, it was just something about him that didn't sit right with me. I'm like, why is there? I'm getting some bad energy off this guy. I said, I don't know what it is, but it's just some bad energy. I'm not liking it. A few years went by, and surely enough, it came to light. He walked out one Sunday when he asked the congregation for an additional $1,500 every Sunday. They were paying him. He wanted more money. When they wouldn't give him more money, he literally set the keys down in front of them and walked out.
That's crazy.
Wow.
He was only in it for the money, and that's why I said. That's why I said I knew it was something about him that I didn't like, and surely enough, it was revealed to me.
There it was. Yeah.
That's why I don't go to church anymore.
Yeah, but church is a scam, man. It's always been a scam, man. You go to church, when you realize you can't, homeless people can't go to church, that was it for me. I'm like, so what you're saying, God?
That's a good fucking point.
And if you think about it, Jesus, he congregated with the homeless, the robbers.
It was actually in the ghettos. They robbed
the whores.
The
Yeah.
whores.
Yeah.
That's where he was doing all the miracles at. He was in the hood. Well,
Yeah, if you think about it, that's who Jesus is looking for. He's not looking for the holy and sanctified people. He's looking for the ones that are lost.
Yeah, the lost sheep, the people that are just that got broken spirits. That those people, like people that just are lost in the world. That's who. Yeah, you're right, and he miracles right in front of them. And I don't know, man. We just live in some weird times nowadays, man.
Yes, we do, bro. Yes, we do. God damn.
Weird fucking times, man. I mean, God, may God be with you guys that have children, but for me, I'm not having children, man. I'm good.
Yeah, same here.
Fuck all that.
I think that's a wise policy for both of you.
Now I don't.
Yeah, boys. If you never have these children, you'll never have to care about them. You'll never have to miss them. So I would say it's a real good idea for both of you to not have fucking kids.
I'm sterile anyway, so I'm cool with that because a few years ago, like I said, when I first got in the military, I thought, start a family just like the older guys did when they got out and this and that. Now it's like, fuck that shit. That sounds like a nightmare.
It is.
You have to worry about basically children plus an adult child, i.e. a woman. It's like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't. That's the headache.
That's the hard part. Getting past. I'm going on about 5 years, and me and my son's mom are just now starting to get to where we're not hostile with each other. And I'm not certain that that's going to last. But at the same time, I have a child, so I know what that's like, and I love him, and I would never give him up. But if you guys never have something like that, you ain't got to worry about that because it will completely anchor you and up in your life. It'll change everything. So be careful.
I'm sorry to interrupt. All right, gentlemen, I'm ending the stream in 2 minutes or in 3 minutes. You guys have finished your last thoughts, and then 3 minutes from right now, I'm going to end the stream. All right, bye.
I ain't got much else except for, man, I enjoy having these talks with y'all because in a few years, eventually it's going to get where men like us, we're literally going to have to find a safe place to hide and congregate because if women catch wind of conversations like this, they will try to persecute us and possibly publicly execute us to make an example out of us.
It's already happening, man. But yeah, Cowboy, thank you for hosting us. I hope we were not talking over you. with this being your stream, but I think a lot of good shit got said. So
Yeah.
anyway, guys,
I also got videos on my channel as well. I don't have many, but yeah, just go over to Mgtow Marine. You'll see my channel, and
Mgtow Marine.
yes,
I'll go there straight after this.
Yeah. I've been dropping a few little gems here and there, but it's at the point I tell men, save yourself, stay sane, stay safe, because these women will drive you to the point you commit suicide or you kill her. That's
exactly, and that's it's crazy how that's how things are nowadays. But yeah, you have to pretty much be a fucking stoic, like a stoic soldier nowadays, man, because it's we live in some fucking crazy times nowadays, man. So
that's why I think the best bet is to just stay away. I mean, not even mess with them.
Even when you stay away, I mean, unless you're like an entrepreneur where you're making lots of money, you still have to somewhat deal with the creature. You know what I'm saying? You got to deal with it still.
They're gonna when you have money. It's like Kevin Samuelson said, when you're a man of high value, women are going to throw themselves at you to try to baby trap you. But men, for those who do have children, get your children and get the fuck far away as possible.
Yeah, but see, if you have money, I'd say act broke. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't be practice stealth wealth. You don't want to be like, hey, look at me, I'm rich. No. You want to just live below your means. Have money, that's fine, but just don't go around saying, hey, I'm this high value man, because a high value man is just a high value target. So yeah, it's really you're just a giant pinata waiting to be hit. So you don't want to be that.
I always tell people who truly have money, try not to advertise it. They hide it.
Broke. As a matter of fact,
sit on that shit and do not let anybody know about it.
Act as broke as you can. Don't be dirty, but just act broke. Don't live below your means.
I mean, if you got gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt all of you. I'm ending the stream as of right now. I'm so sorry.
Y'all take it
going a little long, and it was a pleasure. Everyone, thank you for joining. Again, this was me interviewing Ja Rules. Catch the first hour and 10 minutes. Me and Ja Rules. All right, everyone, take care. Goodbye.
Cowboy, thank you.